I'd like to call to order the Tuesday. Sorry.
My fault. Sorry about that. This is Monday. This one's Monday. Monday, March 1st.
Right.
It's wrong on the
Okay, I see. It's just in the header. Okay, good. I thought maybe. Oof. Boy. All right. I'd like to call to order the Monday, March 1st, 2021 regular meeting of the Ferguson Township Board of Supervisors. The first thing I'd like to do is pass it to Dave so he can let everybody know how to participate.
Yes, thank you. And thank you and good evening, everyone. This is the March 1st regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Tonight, the meeting's been advertised in accordance with the PA Sunshine Act as a virtual meeting conducted using the Zoom telemeeting platform. The township's conference bridge has also been made available for those who elect not to participate by Zoom, and that can be accessed by dialing the township's main line at 814-238-4651 and then entering extension 3799 when prompted. If you are joining the Zoom meeting tonight as a member of the public or as an agent to speak on behalf of an agenda item, at the appropriate time, if you could please enter your name, municipality of residence, and if applicable, a specific topic that you wish to speak on by using the chat feature located at the bottom of your screen. This is so that the minutes can accurately reflect those in attendance. Just a couple items to cover before commencing the meeting. First, this evening's been structured as a webinar format. This is why attendees won't be able to have their voices heard or screens viewed until enabled by the host. I will provide instructions on how the public can engage and speak on any agenda item at the appropriate time. Please do not use the chat feature or the Q&A feature to ask questions or to offer comment. These are not monitored and your comment or question will go unnoticed. Secondly, board members are asked to indicate their name when motioning or seconding a motion. And lastly, I will take a roll call of the board to ensure that all members can hear and interact using the Zoom telemeeting platform. Please indicate you're here when your name is called. Ms. Danini?
Here.
Mr. Miller?
Here.
Mr. Mitra?
Here.
Ms. Stevens?
Here.
Ms. Strickland?
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dave. All right, first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. For those who would like to join in, please rise and join me in the pledge. Thanks, Dave.
Mm-hmm.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
You're better every time.
Smooth move. All right, next we will go to citizens input for items that are not on the agenda. And if you'd like to contribute, please do say your name and your municipality of residence. Thank you.
So if anybody that wants to speak just wants to use the raise hand feature, I can enable you when acknowledged. We have Mr. Mullen here. Okay, Mr. Mullen, you should be able to unmute your microphone and enable your video.
Hi, I'm turning the video on, then I have something to say.
You're all set. You're live.
Can you see me?
No, we can't see you, just audio.
Okay, my video's not working for some reason. I don't know why. But I'll just talk. That's more important. My name is Kevin Mullen. I've owned a house in Ferguson Township for 10 years. And my problem is with the UAJA wastewater utility. For 5 of the last 6 years, they overbilled me. I set up a website, statecollegereport.com. If you could spell out that website on your minutes, because your January meeting, you just have some link for my website, which I couldn't get that link to work. Could you just please spell out my website, statecollegereport.com? And the last point I have to make is that one of your board members, Steve Miller, is on the board of the UAJA, and he missed 2 of the last 4 meetings of the UAJA. He missed October and January. So if he's going to keep missing all these meetings, can you put me on the UAJA board? I will never miss a UAJA board meeting, guaranteed. And I don't know why you allow Steve Miller to be on the UAJA board if he's going to miss 2 out of the last 4 meetings. I mean, that's to me reprehensible. And I wish you would all do something with the UAJA. Look at my website. I will sue them later this fall, probably in August or September. And anyone on the UAJA board then, including Steve Miller, if he's on the board, then I will sue him and all of the 10 board members because they break state law, I think, in at least 15 ways. All those ways are on my website. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mullen. Anyone else for public comment for items not on the agenda? Okay. Seeing none. I'm sorry, Dave. Yeah.
I don't see any other hands.
Okay, great. Seeing none, we'll move to the approval of the February 16, 2021 regular meeting minutes. Could I take a motion?
This is Patty, and I move that we approve the February 16th, 2021 minutes.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. Next, we'll move to special reports, and first up is Manager Dave Probalka with our COVID-19 response report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, good evening. Just a few updates to provide this evening. As always, for any items of either local or regional significance to the pandemic response, you can find more detail by visiting the Center Region Ready Facebook page or the Center Region Council of Governments website at crcog.net. We also have information updated and posted to the Township's website and the State College Borough's website as well. Township administrative offices will continue to remain open to the public during limited hours this week and for the foreseeable future. The lobby is open between the hours of 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. Monday to Friday. The police lobby remains open during regular business hours. Staff continues to work a mixture of remote and in-office schedules, so just please make an appointment to meet with any specific staff so we can make arrangements to be available ahead of time. All meetings and appointments except under extenuating circumstances are done in a virtual format until further notice. Of regional interest, Penn State announced its plans for a phased return of students over the summer semester to follow on-campus learning in the fall. According to the announcement last week, summer courses will continue to follow Penn State COVID-19 instruction modes, but will maximize the number of in-person courses based on space utilization, which will include available classroom space as well as additional spaces that have typically been used for events and some additional outdoor tents and learning space that they've set up. There will also be remote options that are available to students for both synchronous and asynchronous learning. At this time, the intention is for the fall 2021 semester to closely resemble Penn State's typical in-person instructional experience while continuing to offer its normal curriculum of web-based classes. Also of interest, staff has been closely monitoring the progress of the $1.9 trillion federal COVID-19 relief bill that was approved by the House of Representatives last week. The bill includes $350 billion in total for all municipalities, counties, states, tribes, and territories. Of that amount, $65 billion is earmarked for municipalities and will be distributed based on a modified community development block grant funding formula. Of that $65 billion, $45.5 billion will be available to municipalities that are designated as CDBG entitlement communities. Ferguson Township is not one of those. State College Borough is. The remaining $19.5 billion will be the pot of money that Ferguson Township's allocation would come from, and the final distribution would be based on population. I have some estimates, but it's really too early to provide details on a specific number that Ferguson Township can expect to qualify for. It is reassuring, though, that these funds appear less restricted than the CARES Act funding, and there is no current legislative deadline to spend down the funding. I'll share any more detail as it becomes available. Countywide, there have been 11,897 confirmed cases and 61,293 negative cases reported on the Pennsylvania COVID-19 dashboard for Center County as of February 28th. There have been 209 deaths attributable to the virus in the county. Pennsylvania, the confirmed number of cases reached just over 803,000, with an additional 130,261 probable cases, 24,026 deaths. More information on local conditions and response efforts can be found on the State College Borough and Ferguson Township website. And that concludes my report. I want to thank everyone for continuing to be patient as we recover from this crisis, and I can answer any questions that the board may have.
Thanks, Dave. Any questions for Dave? I just have one comment. Lisa Strickland actually mentioned to me some funding that's coming through the county for businesses, the CHIRP funding. And I couldn't get a whole lot more information on that, but when that is rolled out, can we try to link to that on our website and promote that for our businesses?
Yeah. Chirp.
Thank you very much. And next up, we have Mr. Ford Stryker with the State College Borough Water Authority report.
Mr. Stryker, yep, you're good.
Hi, can you guys see me?
We can hear you, but we cannot see you.
I don't know how to, there's no option to make me visible.
Huh.
That I can see. I can see you, Laura, but
I'm sorry.
yeah. All right, well, no problems. You look good. I have a very brief report. I'll just do it orally. I had no show and tell anyway. The State College Borough Water Authorities board's been meeting monthly, and there's really nothing that's super interesting, I don't think, to the township that's going on. There were just two things I wanted to mention. The Nixon Coker well field, which is in the township, is well under construction. They've been working away over the winter. The walls, well, the foundations, the floors, the walls, and they were setting some of the roof precast members, I guess, in February. So anyway, it's well underway, and it should be up and complete and operational in 2022. So that's good news to know that's moving along. The other thing that might be of some interest, in the last two board meetings, there was a brief conversation at the Water Authority around the Whitehall Road Regional Park. And I'm sure you are very aware of the newspaper articles and stuff that were circulating maybe a month or so ago about the park and its funding challenges and what was going on there. But a couple of the board members expressed some concerns about, in their opinion, maybe lack of communication that they'd had relative to the plans in the park and how that would possibly impact water supplies. So at the last meeting, they asked the Source Water Protection Committee to look into the situation to try to get, some more information. So I would say it's on their radar, but that's probably the thing that they're working on that maybe would be of most interest to the board. So with that, I'll stop talking and see if there are any questions.
Thank you, Ford. Are there any questions for Mr. Stryker? Okay, I'll just make one comment. I appreciate you bringing that to our attention, and that's something that we will definitely work on, and we will be in touch.
All right, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good evening.
Good evening. All right, next we'll move on to our unfinished business. First up is the authorization for advertisement of a public hearing on an ordinance amending Chapter 22, Subdivision and Land Development, Part 5, Design and Improvement Standards by establishing Section 515, Tree Preservation and Protection. Dave, I'll send this to either you or Mr. Modricker. Or
actually, I'm going to have Jenna Wargo introduce it. We also have Lance King, the arborist, here in case there's any specific questions for his way. And Dave Modricker was also involved. So take it away,
Thank
Jenna.
You. All right. Thank you. The Public Works and Planning and Zoning Department have drafted an amendment to Chapter 22 Subdivision and Land Development to establish a new part, tree preservation and protection. The intent of this chapter is to encourage the protection of trees through sound land use and tree management practices. This chapter will preserve, protect, and maintain existing trees in Ferguson Township, as well as increase the overall tree canopy and understory with native species. It will aid in improving tree and ecosystem health on both public and private lands. The board authorized staff in the Ferguson Township Tree Commission in September of 2018 to draft an ordinance. The Planning Commission reviewed the draft and provided comments to staff. The updated draft, including the agendas based on the comments that staff has received. The February 8th Planning Commission meeting, Planning Commissioners recommended approval to the board and authorized staff to advertise a public hearing. And the recommended motion is that the Board of Supervisors authorize advertisement of a public hearing adopting a new tree preservation ordinance for Monday, April 5th.
Thank you, Jenna. So I guess let's open up discussion for this. And I think our format just might be a little bit different tonight. I think perhaps that the public is only seeing who's actually speaking while they're speaking. So I don't think it should be an issue for us, but just for folks' information. Okay, Lisa, I think I saw your hand go up.
Yeah, I was just wondering, Jenna, if you could describe the applicability portion of this, so where this would apply. So what types of properties and occasions we'd find this used.
Absolutely. So applicability, let me get to my linked agenda. So applicability, this would be any application for a grading permit, land development plan, or subdivision plan of 5 parcels or more would comply with this chapter, and that is anywhere in Ferguson Township. There are exemptions to those farm-based businesses, subdivisions of 4 parcels or fewer, land development plan for a residential structure unless it's located within the Ridge Overlay District. We include in there the MPC definition of, I'm getting bad internet connection. Is everyone hearing me okay?
Can hear you, but you are a little choppy on the video.
Lance or Dave, why don't you take over? See if I can figure this out.
under applicability, Jenna did a good job of describing. It's basically applies to any land development subdivision plans. And then over the 2 or 3 years that this was, in review at the Tree Commission and then at the Planning Commission, the section on the exemptions was kind of built on. So 2A and B talk about the applicability, and 2C indicates the exemption, so to speak. So, diseased trees for the sale in the ordinary course of horticulture. So there's no restriction on, tree harvesting. One of the previous drafts had it apply to all subdivisions. So one of the recent changes, is that subdivisions of 4 parcels or less, it does not apply. So there's been a lot of work on the ordinance, started with the Tree Commission at the request of the board, moved to the Planning Commission, a lot of refinement done there in terms of the exemptions that we just talked about, and the enforcement section and the definition section. I would say the intent has held strong since it started. But it's, it's gotten, I think it's better and stronger as a result of the review and the process it went through. As, Jenna and Lance on the staff end did a lot of this work after it was handed to them from the Tree Commission. The previous chair of the Tree Commission, kind of started this with Bill Elmendorf of Penn State. That's kind of where it took its shape, kind of templated after similar other ordinances throughout Pennsylvania.
Thanks, Lisa. Thanks, Dave. So just to clarify, what you're saying is a land development plan that applied to only one lot would be exempt from this. It would not apply.
That's correct.
So,
Subdivision.
A subdivision plan, I'm sorry.
If you're subdividing a tract into fewer than 4 parcel or 4 or fewer parcels, it would not apply.
okay,
Right.
okay.
Much like our minor subdivision process currently.
Right. This is actually, that's kind of what I was thinking about, because that was like only subdivisions, but now there's kind of like a land development thing going on under that. That's not really a subdivision. Anyway, I'm just trying to get a handle on that. So
My understanding is it would not apply. It wouldn't apply to us. It wouldn't exempt a single lot land development plan.
Correct.
okay.
It
Okay.
applies, it does apply to land development plans, and it does apply to subdivision plans of 5 parcel or more. And that is the way 2A is written. Apologize if I said it something that might have been contrary to that.
No, I think you said it that way. I just was looking for clarification. So if a single parcel is subdivided, regardless of the acreage, it doesn't apply. It's only if it's a land development.
If it's being subdivided into less than 5 parcels, it would not apply.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
If a farm was subdividing off a lot or 2,
Gotcha.
not apply.
Gotcha. Any other questions? Lisa?
I just had 2 other quick ones. So under 2B, the minor alteration plan, this doesn't apply to a minor alteration plan, but they're welcome to participate and take the incentives if they wish, but they're not held to it.
Correct.
Okay. And then with the grading permit, I don't know what size of area we're talking about that requires a grading permit. So what type of size of area would that involve that needs a grading permit that would have to apply for this?
I don't think we specify the size, but there are times when someone may be interested in a land development plan, hasn't gotten all the way through the process, but applies for, I think it's through the zoning officer, and Jenna could speak to this better than I if her audio, is working, that she's ready.
Oh, well, I think for this section, Lance and I worked with Ron on that aspect of when a grading permit would be required. And I think he gave us, it was a while ago, it was 500 square feet, 5,000. I don't know why that's coming to my mind.
Yeah, that's typically a limit for whether a stormwater management plan needs to be submitted. And, that may typically that coincides with disturbed area. And a lot of that time coincides with when you need an E&S permit. So, sometimes those can get ahead of the land development plan itself. So I think the precaution is it sweeps in a grading permit so that somebody doesn't just go out and harvest trees and grade without having the land development plan approved.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question about the section C, C3, a land development plan for a residential structure unless located within the Ridge Overlay Zoning District. So when you say residential structure there, do you just mean a single family home, or are we talking about like a duplex or a fourplex or an apartment building that is residential?
By our definition, that's up to a duplex.
Okay. All right, any other questions from the board? I have one more question. Maybe it's already been answered in the text, but I wasn't able to discern it. So there's no like retroactive time thing to this. So in Pennsylvania, somebody could log a property and then later submit a land development plan, and this would not be applicable at all then, because there would be no trees. Is that right?
I mean, it depends. You know, I think there are some provisions that would allow the township to avoid some of the, you know, intentional land activity prior to the submission of a land, meaning if somebody submits a land development plan to clear cut their entire lot, or excuse me, submits a, I guess a permit to, you know, clear cut their entire lot, or I guess they really wouldn't even have to get a permit from.
They don't need a permit, yeah.
And, you know, only shortly after they were to submit a land development plan, you know, I think we would have to examine that on a case by case basis. But it is, I mean, it is a valid point. I think Pennsylvania being a right to timber state, we're very limited in our ability to control that activity outside of the land development review process. So, you know, it certainly could be the case that that kind of thing happens. I think part of the intent that staff and the tree commission has been moving toward with the way the ordinance is written is by leaning more heavily on the incentivizing of additional canopy preservation. The hope is that it would deter that kind of, you know, activity, I guess, from taking place on a lot prior to the submission of the land development plan. So, I mean, I think time will tell just how, you know, problematic that particular concern is. But hopefully we've addressed that in the mechanics of the ordinance. We won't have to worry about it. We'll see.
Right. Yeah, I figured there would be issues with trying to address that. Could either Lance or Dave talk a little bit about how they think that would play out with the incentives? Like, why might a property owner not take that path and, you know, go ahead and submit their land development plan, just kind of in, you know, without needing to refer to certain passages, but just a general kind of synopsis of that.
I'll let Lance answer it in accordance with the ordinance, the way it's written. My part of my belief in this also is that, you know, developers that are interested in having a good relationship with the township and understand, you know, the process and the relationships might not be as inclined to go out and just clear cut everything and start the tone of the process in that manner. But in terms of the incentives, Lance, do you have those handy that you can speak of?
Yeah, I mean, we should probably start. Can everybody hear me all right, since we're having a little bit of audio? You know, there is a base requirement without incentives of 20%. So anybody that this is applicable to, that requirement stands sort of at the beginning. The incentives start above that 20% mark. And previous kind of case law and stuff that I've researched regarding the clearing before the land development approval, that's gone to court a couple of different places in the state, and the ordinances typically don't win that battle. It's because of the right to timber. It's a very tough sell in court. I think you know, as far as the incentives go, the big reason for folks to kind of go after this is parking, and building parking can be very expensive. And I know Jenna did some research and pulled some numbers whenever we were putting this together. And in theory, at least in most scenarios, it would be much cheaper for a developer in the long run to preserve trees than to build the extra required parking.
Right.
And this was all done ahead of things like the stormwater utility fee and other impervious coverage, you know, considerations that these developers have to work with now too. So.
Gotcha.
If I could just, I agree with what Lance and Dave and Jenna have said. I would just, there's also a consideration to, I think, the marketability of developments with entirely new growth versus ones that have preserved canopy. I think, most developers that we've seen over the years in the township tried to accentuate the canopy, and that's not always the case. And some may remove canopy that others may like to see preserved, but I think it's rare that we see a completely clean slate development come in where the intention is to just decimate every tree and build from the ground up. And I think, frankly, the likelihood of that happening just to circumvent a 20% canopy preservation requirement, depending on where it is, may not be all that much of an issue when we start to apply this in real world scenarios.
Well, thank you all. I appreciate that. I think you definitely, Steve and Lisa, that has inspired some questions. Steve, first, please.
Actually, that didn't inspire, but as I was reading through it, I do have one question about once trees have been designated as part of the 20%, they can't be removed. And my concern is, how does that get conveyed to the property owner who is the third person to buy the house, who 10 years from now says this tree is getting too big and it's got to go? How do we, do we enforce it at that point, or do we at that point say we've accomplished what we were trying to do overall in the development phase, and a homeowner with a tree that's gotten too big for their yard, which I know that a lot of people don't think there is such a thing, but I've had to take a couple out that got too big for my yard. So
it would be my opinion, and I think the objective was to preserve them during that land development process. And if in the case of a subdivision in future years, if individual property owners want to or need to remove those trees, I don't think those requirements would follow them down that path. At least that was not my intent.
I think our thought on this also is that, typically these are going to be clustered and often part of their open space requirements and often common area. So it would be typical to, build we don't see a lot of park forest type building where they're, preserving individual trees on individual lots. When Thistlewood was built, there was discussion about trying to save trees in a right of way, but really when they cut the road through with all the grades, a lot of times those grades, dictated what could or couldn't be saved. So, I think our thought is that the developer is probably going to try to cluster the trees, and they'll probably be more in common ground ownership.
Would the intention, Dave, then not be to, or Jenna, then like we do with other common open space, convey the responsibility to maintain that canopy to any homeowner association or property owner association that would be responsible for other components of the development?
Question.
I don't know how much discussion we had on that, or if how much there was that I may not have been a part of, but
Sure.
It would be, common, it depends on the ownership. So if it stays in the ownership of the association, for example, then it would be their responsibility. If it is turned over to us, obviously it's ours, but I believe we will have better controls in place than we did with Thistlewood. We didn't have a tree preservation ordinance. Something similar was tried by having natural areas, conservation areas, but there wasn't any ordinance necessarily behind it, and it was up to the association to police it. And that's, that's done to varying degrees, and sometimes not as good as we'd like to see it done.
I think the other point to make is, any landscaping that's installed as part of a subdivision that's shown on a plan for a subdivision in common areas, they're currently required, the HOA or the owner of that common area is currently required to maintain. So I would assume this would follow a similar path.
Okay, that was going to be my question then to follow up.
And most commonly with landscaping issues, the way we conduct enforcement is largely complaint driven. So, you have a property owner who cuts down the tree line or the landscape buffer at the edge of their property, and the other neighbor has something to say about it. So, we can, they may contact the township and we would investigate and enforce based on that. So probably follow a similar prescription. I think it's difficult for us to kind of drive around the developments and say, oh, that canopy was supposed to be preserved. It's not there anymore. It looks smaller. We have Lance counting trees every day. But, the truth is we would have to kind of do what we can. And I would assume that a lot of it would be either discovered through complaints, or if it were in the case of a subdivision or a phase development, throughout the inspection processes for the subsequent phases of the build.
Thanks, Dave. And then just to follow up, so say, for example, there was a gas station that went in and they utilized this tree preservation ordinance. And then the idea would be that those trees would be shown on the land development plan. And then that entity, whoever owned it, even if it transferred hands, would be obligated to maintain those trees. Okay.
Correct.
Great. Prasenjit.
Yeah, just some small questions. So what % of our trees are native trees? And this is just for the native trees, and if there are species that have come, but do we have a large number of them and then we don't want them? And so I wanted some comment on that.
Well, Lance is going to be the best to address that, but I will say that I think some of it's kind of site specific. So, there may be some areas that have, a more mature stand, and some other areas that may have been logged and invasive species had an opportunity to take hold. But Lance, do you want to go ahead and see what you can do to help answer that?
Yeah, let me just say that I don't really need the number. I'm just trying to figure out in the intent. You have put in native trees and healthy trees and heritage trees. And my concern sort of is that people will say, oh, the intent was only to preserve the native trees, so these other trees are not native and we should be able to take them out. Or that, this part of the tree is, what is a healthy tree? And so a part of the tree is not healthy, so it's not a healthy tree. And so we should be able to take the whole thing down instead of just cutting off some part of the tree. So that's basically where I'm leading with this. I don't really care about the exact number, but do we really care about the native trees and we don't care about the non-native trees and so on?
So I think we do care about the native trees. There was, input at the tree commission to really push hard on, the native trees, but there's also some understanding that we do have some non-native trees and some invasive. So I think we were trying to strike a balance. I don't remember what the numbers were, Lance, but if you can articulate any better than that, go ahead.
Yeah, and I don't have the numbers either. I think the takeaway from that is if we have an area that we're looking at development and they're looking to preserve, and for whatever reason that area is filled with something that we would rather not be there, it kind of gives us the option to get away from that. So species like Bradford pear, for example, are something that we would not want them to necessarily preserve, no matter how big they are. So that's kind of the way we're going there. And as far as the unhealthy or dead or that sort of thing, I think that's why in the ordinance they give that ability to meet with me and for me to go over all these things with them and look at that ahead of time. So if there are trees there that we shouldn't be saving or don't need to be saved or that sort of thing, we can walk through all that, ahead of time.
Okay, thank you. And the other thing was that we have, like, we said that we don't really care for 4 parcels or fewer. And do we meet that exception, or is there a reason where, you know, we wouldn't want the same thing to apply to smaller? Is it a lot of overhead and administrative burden?
No, it was added during the Planning Commission review. And as I recall, there was a Planning Commission member who was concerned that it might apply to a subdivision of a farm, for example, in an ag property that was subdividing off 1 lot. And that turned into, you know, more discussion, and 4 lots within our saldo. There's a distinction between plans with, you know, 4 lots and fewer or more. So that's where that line was drawn.
And I would just add, Mr. Mitra, I think if I think whether the board is concerned with smaller subdivisions or not is a subject for discussion with this ordinance. You are allowed to affect different regulations for less intense subdivisions and land development plans. You're permitted to do so by the municipality's planning code and enabled by ordinance. And, you know, as long as you kind of clearly delineate where those lines are, then it's permissible, with the understanding that, you know, the more lenient you are, I guess, with those regulations, the more subdivision land development proposals are going to invoke those exemptions. But on the other side, the more restrictive you are about them, then, you know, you may be unduly burdening a smaller property owner, maybe just wants to carve off an additional lot for, you know, a family member or somebody that they want to. So the question is, do you want to apply the same standards for the smaller subdivisions as you do for the larger scale ones? And we can go with whatever direction the board wants to move in. You don't have to exempt smaller subdivisions from these requirements.
Thank you.
I understand the concern of the Planning Commission for the single lot subdivision off of a agricultural property, but I have to admit, I'm a little bit shell shocked about the application of the minor alteration kind of thing. And so I'm a little bit concerned about whether this exemption is going to apply to more than what we hope it applies to. So I guess my last question is, what is the risk in trying to just align it with this 4 lot idea? What's the risk? And maybe, you know, maybe it should just be 1, since that's really typically the kind of subdivision you see in that agricultural situation.
I think, and Jenna can talk a little bit more about it, but I think typically the minor alterations don't change the actual footprint.
No lot line changing in a minor alteration plan.
Correct. So if a building
what was that?
No lot lines change for a minor alteration plan.
I think the concern, if I'm understanding the question correctly, is about subdivisions. So is there an issue with being, I guess, more restrictive with where that exemption would apply, maybe allowing it for the 2 lot subdivisions and not the 4 lot or something like that? And I think that's purely a policy matter. I mean, I don't think, you know, there would be any concern from our end. You know, we could administer them the same. It's just a component of the subdivision review process.
Okay, well, I guess I would be in favor of making that modification to change it to a two, or wait, I guess, how would the wording be? If there's a large lot and you want to subdivide off 1 other lot, is that a 2 lot subdivision, or is that, okay? I guess I would be in favor of making that change, but I'm not, you know, I don't think it's necessarily critical. I would like to hear other board members' thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, that 2C1 is what 2C1 actually says this is not intended to apply to farm-based business. And then 2C2 goes into subdivisions of 4 parcels. So farm-based businesses are already out. So these are people wanting to divide things. And I mean, the reason I brought it up is the same thing. I feel that I would prefer to go to 2, but it's not a hard choice. And what I was trying to find out from our staff is, does it matter how many are these cases are there? We don't know, of course, what it'll be in the future and whether this will create a loophole. But I also don't feel the urge to amend this if other people don't have concerns. So that's where I am.
Thanks, Presented. Other board members? Or Dave Modricker?
Just to address Prasenjit, if his concern is staff's administrative time, that wasn't the motive for setting the size of the subdivision.
Thanks, Dave. Steve, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I had been going to make the same point that Prasenjit made, that, we don't want to mix in the agricultural where they break off 2 residential lots or something, because the agricultural is the main remaining purpose of that, and that's already exempt. What I'm thinking, though, is whether it really makes a difference, because generally, if you have a subdivision outside of the agricultural, you're then going to have a land development plan following that.
Mm-hmm.
And the land development plan would then trigger this.
Well, perhaps a farm lot under our zoning ordinance can subdivide off a 1 acre piece for a dwelling unit.
But this wouldn't apply, because this applies to the subdivision, and the subdivision is still an agricultural subdivision. I mean, agricultural parcel, the big parcel is still agricultural. So I don't think that this would apply. So it would apply in other cases, but I think in those cases, if you're looking at breaking it up to build something else, a commercial property or something, you're then going to have a land development plan coming in, and then it applies for land development.
I think Stephen, go ahead.
So I guess I don't really see even a purpose for the exemption on at all on the subdivisions. Or if we do, I don't see it as a problem at all either, because I think you're then going to follow it with a land development plan, which will be subject. So I'm sort of neutral on it.
Steve and Prasenjit, I think, are saying that they're interpreting the farm-based business being exempt as agricultural parcels. And I don't know if that's how staff is interpreting that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't think it would be. I mean, I think the, conceptually, if it were reduced from 4 to 2, it would address the concerns of a, majority of those examples that you find in the ag area. Like Dave said, the 4-lot subdivision is really just a common threshold that we see in other applications of the SALDO, or the subdivision land development ordinance, but it's not necessarily tied to any administrative review or anything like that. I think we could go either way and we'd be fine.
Okay. Other board members want to make a comment on that? If not, I'll attempt a motion. And can I attempt a motion that incorporates that change all in one? As far as the process?
So I think, if we could make that change, if you wanted to take a motion on the change, and then the motion that we're asking for tonight is simply to authorize advertisement for the public hearing on the 5th.
Okay. And Lisa, did you want to make a comment about that before we?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of figure out exactly what your motion is going to be. So we're saying that exemption doesn't necessarily cover agricultural properties.
No, well, I was saying that one exemption called farm-based business isn't the same as saying agricultural properties.
Right. Okay.
So farm-based business is actually different than the thing that the 4 versus 2 thing would be addressing. So my motion is going to be just to reduce that down to 2 to address the Planning Commission's concern without needing it to align with this other 4 thing, because I think we're trying to be kind of, I don't know what the word is, not parsimonious, but precise. And if we don't need to do that 4 and 2 serves our purposes, then that's the motion I would make.
Okay, very good. And I see there's somebody with a raised hand. I don't know if you want to take
So
that.
Bill Keogh would like to talk, Madam Chair.
Okay, let me finish up board discussion and then I'll go to that then. Steve, did you have a, yeah.
Yeah, the only question I have going to 2, we might want to consider making it 3. And I have a reason for that, is you're allowed to break off 2 parcels from a farm, you know, from a 50-acre plus parcel at the same time.
Okay.
So I think you're more often going to see 3 instead of 2. Or I shouldn't say more often, but frequently we've seen breaking off of 2 small parcels because you can do that. I don't know if you want to change your concept on 3 because of that. I was just saying if that's one of our drivers for having it, the exemption at all, that would be, might be better with 3 than 2.
Thanks for pointing that out, Steve. Okay, any other board comment? And if not, I'll go to public comment. All right, can we bring Mr. Keogh up?
Bill, you're on.
Don't forget to unmute.
Am I live now?
You are.
Okay. Just to finish up some of the discussion of this last issue, there was a fair amount of discussion during the Planning Commission meeting with regard to what the ag business represented. Did it represent all RA land, or is a farm part of that, or is it only related to things like the cidery down on Route 45, where they literally have a business right on a farm business right on the property, and there was never a huge amount of resolution to that, but as Steve brought up, there is some concern that we be consistent with the ag land to at least the 3 parcel situation, because that is in fact what they are allowed by ordinance. And so I would suggest that we get to that, get to the 3 number instead of the 2 number. And the second thing is, and you brought this up, Laura, are the 2 parcels or 3 parcels that are subdivided, are they still ag parcels? Well, if they're subdivided for a house for a family member, you know, that creates another discussion. That discussion was not had in terms of the Planning Commission anyway. So, I mean, I think I have to say that staff and Dave and Lance and Jenna worked through several iterations of this ordinance before it came to the Planning Commission. And then the Planning Commission kind of had them look at a few more iterations in order to get it to the point where it is. And so there has been a great deal of discussion about several things. Going back to a previous discussion you had this evening, where you were talking about, and I think someone referenced this, say you've got a property that is now 50 years old. And during those 50 years, there have been 3 different owners. But there are certain trees on that 50-year-old property that were part of the original designation for whatever. In the original, in an early iteration of the ordinance, there was reference to the word perpetuity. And the Planning Commission discussed perpetuity with Lance and Jenna and so on, and were a little squeamish about perpetuity being something that is forever and forever and forever and forever. And I believe that this last iteration removed the perpetuity word, and there was some agreement on that with staff, in that, you know, common sense has to prevail when you're getting out these distances and trees and situations, and so common sense and an evaluation at the time by Lance. Hopefully Lance is still here in 50 years and would be making that evaluation, needs to be the prevailing decision maker, rather than going back to a word like perpetuity and forever and ever and ever and ever. I believe that change was made.
Thanks, Bill. I appreciate that perspective. I agree. I also think that probably the relevance of the tree or the shrubs or whatever that are shown on the land development plan also come into play. So if it's a screen between different uses, you're going to see more enforcement because people are going to complain about it, versus something that maybe is a tree on somebody's property and nobody's going to complain about it. I completely agree. And I appreciate you verifying Mr. Miller's thought about the 3. And so I think I will make that motion that we change the exemption from a 4-lot subdivision to a 3-lot subdivision. And I'll ask for a second if there are any.
I'll second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right. All in favor of that motion to make that change, say aye, please.
Aye.
All right. Any opposed? Okay. And with that, I will ask for the motion that you will find in your agenda to move this to authorize advertisement of public hearing.
Laura, can I ask one more
Sure.
thing? I'm sorry, just to go back to one other thing that we just didn't touch on at all was the penalties for violating the 20%. So it has in here, the first offense is $500 per tree, second offense $750 per tree, third and subsequent offenses $1,000 per tree. So I guess I just wanted to hear a little bit about that. Mainly, how is that assessed? So is that a first offense per tree per subdivision or per grading permit, or what was the thought there? Who is being assessed this? I guess the landowner, but I just wanted a little bit of background on that.
Good question. So basically, if 3 trees are down, is that the first, second, and third offense, or they all count as the first offense kind of thing?
I think an offense is when you issue a citation. So you might issue your first citation for 2 trees, and then they didn't listen to you very well and get the message and took down 2 more trees. Well, that's their second offense. Now those trees are $750 a tree instead of $500. I think that's how we're interpreting it.
And that is $750 and not $550 for that second offense, right?
Yeah,
$750.
500 to 750 to 1,000.
Great.
Who would be cited would be whoever the responsible agent would be. In some cases, it might be a homeowners association who would then, possibly take some action against if it was a property owner that cut the tree down or something like that. We also typically try to work with property owners when we cite for tree ordinance violations. So, if there's a replanting or something like that we can work through, there might be an alternative means of compliance. But having these violations prescribed in the ordinance is typically what we would see. These are kind of common numbers, I think, that for similar offenses that we have in other applications.
All right.
Okay, that was my other question. Were these kind of lining up with other amounts that are assessed as penalties? And then just to confirm, so this would only take place during the building process, during the development process. No one would be going back out after the development's complete and assessing any of these fines. This would end really once a development is built.
Dave, I think, was describing a scenario where it would happen after development, because that would be the point in time when you had an association formed and common ownership and responsible party. If it happened during development, you know, we have a fence put up, but the contractor doesn't, you know, honor it. It gets blown over. They decide to take out a dozen trees they're not supposed to. Then, you know, those offenses would be on the developer and or his contractor.
Right. And there's a very clear transfer, I guess, of responsibility from a developer to a property owners association. And that's defined by law that's outside the township ordinance. So there will always be some clear responsible party that we could, you know, target enforcement at if there are any violations.
Yeah, I don't know that we, Jenna, Lance, refresh my memory. I don't know if we put an easement. The plan is supposed to have an easement around the tree preservation area, you know, and that becomes a recorded document. And that's, you know, that really is intended to be in perpetuity. I know, you know, you heard from someone who doesn't like those words, but, you know, the idea of the tree preservation ordinance is it's a canopy that's supposed to be preserved. It's not supposed to just go away 5 years later, 10 years later, 20 years later, ever later. But, you know, I don't know that we addressed it with an easement, and I don't know that we have a time limit.
Yeah, I think I mean, I would address it the same way that we address required landscaping that we already have in the zoning ordinance. There's no easements for that. But if we are made aware that somebody took down something that was a plan requirement, then they're, you know, obligated to replace that. I think I would handle, you know, these in a similar situation.
Right. So I think, yeah, I agree with Lance. My interpretation of it wouldn't be an easement per se, but it would be a plan sheet that would be recorded. It would be part of the approved subdivision or land development plan. And, you know, the issue of perpetuity, I mean, it doesn't have to be specified in the ordinance, but much like anything, any other maintenance responsibilities with land development plans, there's an assumption that there's no sunset on that. It's true for common open space, in some cases, shared use paths, recreational amenities, certainly stormwater management, traffic improvements, things like that. So we would just fold it into the usual category.
Right. Okay. So then if, say, during development, during building, during the grading process, there were trees taken out that weren't supposed to be. So that's a first offense. And then if nothing else was removed that wasn't supposed to be removed, the development's completed, and then you get a report that somebody took out another section of the trees that were supposed to be preserved, but now part of that is owned by somebody else. So now that's a first offense on this new person.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I you know, if I guess the judge and the courts decide that, but you know, in practice, I think in reality, you know, years go by, a different enforcement officer, different landowner, you're probably just going to see it as a first offense for the party. And also, you know, I think these areas, if they're significant, it's a canopy that we're preserving. And, you know, if it's big enough, there's going to be growth and attrition over time that happens naturally. So really what we're trying to preserve is the canopy. I know we're focusing in on individual trees, and that's what you would do during development and in a smaller preserved area.
Okay, I think that answers my questions. I just want to make sure we've kind of walked through all these different scenarios. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure we'll learn stuff as we implement the ordinance. Yeah.
All right, thank you all for the good discussion. And with that, I will ask for a motion. Oh, such good discussion. We lost our place in the agenda.
You did, yes. This is Lisa. I'll move that the Board of Supervisors authorize advertisement of a public hearing adopting a new tree preservation ordinance for Monday, April 5th.
This is
Second.
Patty, a
Steve?
second.
All right, thank you. And all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, thank you. Motion passes unanimously. Next, we'll move on to a continued discussion of the proposed exemption for nonprofit organizations from the Ferguson Township Stormwater Management Utility Fee.
Thank you. So this was an initial draft of the nonprofit exemption policy was reviewed by the board on February 1st. Public hearing that evening was closed to allow for staff to enact some modifications to the draft policy that were guided by the discussion that evening. Essentially, the draft that you see with your agenda this evening reflects those changes to expand the allowable categories for the nonprofit exemption to include 501c19s or veterans organizations, 501c13s, which are cemetery companies. And again, this was in response to the board's discussions on February 1st. There's another category that was actually in the draft on February 1st of 501D organizations. With a little bit further review, I'm recommending that the board, if you want to move forward with this, that you remove that exemption. 501Ds are a different classification of religious and faith-based institution exemptions. Predominantly, those are captured under the 501c3 exemption. And we don't have any examples to our knowledge of 501D operations statuses and operating in Ferguson Township. Otherwise, the changes that you see, the only other, I guess, substantive change is that there was that limitation placed on exemptions for organizations that have an annual revenue of $1 million or more. So that in order to qualify for the exemption, you'd have to be able to demonstrate, number one, that you fall under one of these exempted categories, the way the draft's written and with the proposed amendment, 501c3, 501c13, or 501c19, or that you're qualified to be represented by one of those categories. You have to also be able to demonstrate that your stormwater fee annually was in excess, isn't equal to or exceeds 1% of your total annual revenue. So we can answer any questions. I thought this would be a good opportunity for the board to review the modified draft. And if you're interested in proceeding, the recommended motion is that you authorize advertisement of a resolution adopting the exemption policy for Monday, April 5th.
Thank you, Dave. All right, let's go to board discussion. Who would like to begin? All right, perhaps we don't have a whole lot of discussion on this. If we don't, I do have two items that I'd like to talk about. First is the Form 990. So some folks don't have that specific Form 990, but they have an in-house, not professional, but paid audit, or I'm sorry, non-professional and perhaps volunteer type audit. Is that something that might qualify?
I think, you know, the way the policy is written is it's not exclusive to Form 990s, as those are really only prepared by certain types of nonprofit organizations, but that all nonprofit organizations ought to have some kind of audit that they have prepared in order to be able to demonstrate compliance with whatever restrictions they have on their tax exempt status. So, you know, the way the policy is written is it gives the finance director the authorization to review and approve, you know, alternative forms of verification. So I would think under most circumstances, what you just described, Ms. Danini, would be acceptable. We would just want to make sure, presumably Eric, who happens to be here tonight, sitting in the dark there, may have some criteria that he'd want to look for to ensure that it is an accurate audit or representation, but.
Understandable. That makes sense. Okay, great. And then the only other item I have is I'd like to move that we remove the 501D from the list of organizations that qualify for exemption. Do I have a second?
A second is Lisa.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion to change passes unanimously. And Steve, yes.
Yeah, I have one concern with the way that it's written. I'm not sure what the solution is. And that is that the criteria are that you meet certain requirements and that the stormwater fee be more than 1% of your revenues. And my concern is that at 0.99%, which might be of $2,000 stormwater fee, you have to pay it. But if your revenues are such that it's 1.01%, you pay nothing. So there is like a hard cutoff that is rather arbitrary, but extremely significant. And I don't know if there's a way to get around that without really becoming very complicated in terms of some sort of sliding scale. But it's just that, you know, I think it becomes a large significance that could apply to a very small change in revenues.
Oh, it's such a good point.
I don't have a proposal what to do about it, but
yeah, anything that has that kind of cutoff is prone to that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Well, that probably the next less burdensome thing to do would be a one-step.
Explain, please.
Dave doesn't want me to say that, so.
I don't know. A one-step.
What's a one
Yeah,
step?
Let's do a two-step.
Yeah. I mean, you have an iteration instead of it's this or you fall off. You have a step.
Oh, I see. Right. So you could do that. I mean, you could tier your exemption, I guess, much like the economic hardship policy is, you know, if you were so desired to do so, where maybe, you know, organizations who can demonstrate their fee is, you know, less than or equal or greater than or equal to 1% of their revenue qualify for a full exemption. They can demonstrate the same for 0.75% to 1% of your revenue. Maybe it's a 50% exemption. You're always going to have that, you know, first past the post issue where you earn one more dollar or one less dollar or whatever, I guess one more dollar rather, and you would be disqualified. You know, that's a common battle we fight in you know, local regs. Is you're always kind of holding the ground where the line is drawn. So yeah, I certainly see the issue. You know, perhaps one way to maybe address it, so to speak, would be to see how much of a problem that is. You know, if we're wrestling with this issue with dozens of organizations the township over, you know, where we're finding very similar organizational revenue structures, but maybe by virtue of a few hundred or 1,000 square feet of impervious or something that bumps a party into an additional equivalent residential unit, then we could look at some additional options at that point.
Thanks, Eric.
Yeah, I'm with David. We got to find out if it's a problem in the first place, because it may not be an issue, because you might have 5 people or 5 companies that fall into that versus, you know, how many we're going to bill. So
and it was kind of a convenience sampling process that this 1% figure was derived at. There was no, you know, it's not frankly rooted in any, you know, very detailed analysis other than, you know, based on my understanding of what the board is desiring to achieve with this exemption, setting it at 1% would, you know, disqualify a lot of some of the nonprofits, I guess, that maybe are earning revenues that are significant enough to, you know, maybe allow for them to absorb the stormwater fee. But, you know, conversely, that you are including a lot of the smaller qualified nonprofit organizations where this might be a real financial burden.
And I think I'm not that concerned, because I think people, if they are nearing that number, they do things like saying, okay, you know, these are nonprofits, you can move some of your revenue to the next year, or like you collect it next year, or because if you take $10 in donations, you'll have to pay $2,000 in taxes. People won't take those things, or, you know, won't try to get that revenue and adjust if they can in a lot of cases.
I agree too. I mean, with everything that was said, that it could be a problem. We were not sure if it's a problem. I guess I would suggest that we do a check-in after implementation and just find out if it is a problem, and we can make rapid change. So.
I'm fine with that. I was just,
Yeah.
you know, just, it's something that jumped out at me as I was reading it, that hard all or nothing point. But if it's because it is in a resolution, we could always go back and revisit if we do find that it is a problem. I guess that's another.
Yep.
I
appreciate you bringing it up though, Steve, because, you know, I hadn't really thought about it, but you're right. Like if you're that organization that $2 is making the difference, you know, that's painful. So yeah, let's do a check-in down the road a bit after we learn more about this and see if this is a significant issue. Any other conversation about this? If not, I'll ask for a motion.
This is Lisa. I'll move that the Board of Supervisors authorize advertisement of a public hearing on a resolution adopting a nonprofit exemption policy for the stormwater management utility fee for Monday, April 5th.
Second.
The tie. All right. Any further discussion? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. Next, let's move to a continued discussion of the Pine Grove Mill Street Light Conversion Project.
I'm going to ask Dave to lead the discussion on that.
Okay, I'd like to share my screen with you if I may. Can you see my shared screen?
Yep.
Okay. So tonight we're going to help facilitate the discussion. I just have a few pictures and sketches. It's nothing fancy. This is a image of, you know, one such ornamental light structure in Pine Grove Mills. And, you know, currently there is funding in this year's budget to do some upgrades, some work to the ornamental lights. Some of the difficulties, you know, we have out there, as I've told you in the past, and the reason we have funding is that they are on a tariff. They are all wired hot directly, so there's no cutoffs, there's no meters, difficult to service. Our agreement with West Penn Power's expired, and they are all high pressure sodium fixtures. They were installed, I believe, about 16 years ago. So just to give you an idea of the location of work, this is the, can you see my hand? The flashing light in Pine Grove Mills, Nixon Road, going halfway up the hill toward Sunday Drive. This is Chester. So we have 10 lights in this area. And then on 2645 headed east to the Naked Egg. In that stretch between the flashing light and the Naked Egg, there are 25 such ornamental lights. One I showed you a picture of earlier. So to get the lights onto meters, we would install some of these stanchions. In this case, this is a Millbank slimline. It wouldn't look exactly like that because West Penn Power does require that meter socket be visible, not enclosed, but it would be similar to this. And we would install as few of these as we could and as unobtrusively as possible, if there is a way to do that. Probably anywhere between something like 2 and 4 on Pine Grove Road, and 1 or 2 on Nixon Road. So we're gonna try to keep the number of them reduced. We would then have cutoffs to shut off a number of lights at a time. Each of these would have its own solar sensor, so each light doesn't have its own sensor that needs to be replaced. This is just a schematic to let you know we're still in the design phase. We haven't moved as rapidly perhaps as I'd hoped, but all I'm showing you here is there's some locations, for example, the blue line where we've got existing underground conduit and wire tying some of our existing lights together. Other places they're not. And we either have to put a millbank at each of those locations, or if we want to try to limit the number of millbank enclosures and meters, we would interconnect them. So that's kind of what we're doing and evaluating. One of the things that came up during my discussion with the Pine Grove Mills small area plan was I talked about the light output and what it would look like. And so, we have some options. What I had thought we would do, and this is where I need the board's input, is to install what I'm calling a corncob style LED. So there's one of these corncob LEDs shown here on my screen. In this case, they vary from, let's say, 3,000 Kelvin to 4,000 Kelvin. They do make a 2,700, 2,700K fixture, but it is not a bulb, but it's not compatible with our fixture. So one of these is installed currently in the light post nearest the naked egg. So if you travel at night, you'll see what the light output looks like from something like this. Now, just to get you familiar with what our fixtures look like, and when I say fixture or luminaire, I'm really talking about this 46-inch, it's almost a 4-foot head on top of the 10-foot pole. And, it's a metal frame, right? And then there is currently the way they're set up, that's a high pressure sodium bulb that sits horizontal, and it reflects down upon this piece of frosted glass. So although it might look like this is illuminated, it's just getting reflected light from above. And the ballast is in here and the solar sensor, and I think we have a plug down here. So in the scenario where we would simply use this and we would unscrew that bulb, replace it, we would pull out the ballast because the LEDs don't run off of ballast. They have a little power supply, a little board that supplies them. So that's one scenario. Another scenario, if we wanted to, would be to replace this entire fixture head with a new fixture head that had a 2,700 Kelvin LED. So a little bit softer light, or you can use warmer, cooler. I think what people don't want to see is the very high numbers that have kind of a bluish color. The 3,000 is what you see out there now. The 2,700 would be a little, less than that. But they don't make an LED that's going to mimic the yellow of high pressure sodium. We can't get to that. So if color is really a concern, then you might want to say, Dave, let's consider just keeping our high pressure sodium lamps. So, what are some of the pros and cons to this? So they're currently 100 watt high pressure sodium lamps. So I did not run or ask our consultant to do a life cycle cost analysis, because I don't know if you want one, but if we need one, we could get there. But just in terms of capital cost, we keep the bulbs. There is no capital cost. We replaced the corncob style. We have 35 bulbs it's close to $9,000. Put brand new fixture heads on, probably in that $70,000 ballpark. Half of that price would just be the fixture itself. So it really depends how much we're getting charged for labor, but it wouldn't be uncommon for it to be double the material. So that, that might be on the high end, but I wanted you to see that number. Obviously, lower energy consumption with LEDs. We don't have ballast to worry about when we go to LEDs, but we do have, power packs. Under both the scenario of keeping the high pressure sodium or putting a corn cob in, we keep that existing fixture head. That was that 4-foot, metal head that sits on top of the pole. If we go with a lower Kelvin LED, we would need to replace that entire fixture head. So the life of the bulb, the LED life is higher. The new fixture life is even higher. The manufacturers on their product literature will tell you, 50,000 hours and 100,000 hours. That probably does not take into account the degradation. So LEDs don't just burn out like a high pressure sodium. When this one fails, it just goes out completely. When these fail, they start to dim, basically. And we would typically put them on some type of a replacement cycle, like our signals are on, a 7-year cycle, but they're projected to last, even longer if we needed or wanted them to. And these aren't quite the safety issues that a traffic signal would be either. They're ornamental. So, we're not quite as concerned with degradation, and maybe they could be out there a little longer. And then I just try to talk about the estimated life. Really, the existing fixtures will last as long as they're in stock and don't get knocked over. Things, the glass may start to fog, or the sensors go out, or ballast need replaced or relamped. We might start losing some of the paint, but it's 16 years old. It's got some life left in it. I can't say exactly how long, probably until we can't get them anymore. Obviously with the 2700 fixture, it's new, and I can end my presentation and see if I can answer any questions you might have.
Dave,
what I'm looking for is some guidance from the board on what direction you would like me to follow.
Thank you, Dave Modricker. I think Eric had something that he wanted to add, and yep, Eric?
Yeah, I had a question. Do you think that by changing out those bulbs, it would actually pay for itself in savings on electricity?
So I didn't run the analysis, and it obviously depends how far out you run it, and we're going to have them, in perpetuity if we were allowed to. I mean, we're not selling them, so it's easier for us to recoup costs because we know we're gonna own them. I could run the analysis right now. Just to be clear, they're on a tariff. So when we put them, we're going to change that structure. So when we put the disconnects in, they're going to be metered, and then we'll pay on the meter. So we'll either pay, for the 100-watt high pressure sodiums, or we'll pay significantly less, for the LEDs.
Thanks. Good question, Eric. And I also have a question or two before I open it up to discussion. My question is, in the agenda, we talk about an amount in the budget, $133,000. And then you talked about 2 different parts of the project. One is the wiring and those pylon things. I forget what you called them. And then the other part is the light fixtures themselves. How is that budget 133 allocated in terms of the wiring and the, what are they called? Pylons?
Yeah, that's a good question. I believe it's 100,000 and 33,000. I think that's the breakout. And I've always just kind of lumped those together into one project. But I guess they don't necessarily need to be.
Okay. So
Yeah,
what I think you're
right.
saying, just for clarity, is that it's going to be approximately $100,000 to do the wiring and that to get the cutoff switches, and there's 33,000 other dollars then.
Our current consultant's estimate is closer to the 133, including the corn cob lamps. So,
Oh,
To maybe to
Yeah.
simplify this, what I would suggest, if the board elects to pursue the 2700 Kelvin full replacement, that's the approximate $70,000 figure that you give. If that's the direction, we'll probably need to spend a little more time looking at available budget, other things that we might defer or whatever we might want to recommend, and then bring another option back to you. Or alternatively, we could look to program something in for 2022 if your direction is to either stay with the high pressure sodium for now or to go with the more intense 3000 Kelvin bulb. I'm confident we could fit that in within the available line item.
okay, gotcha. So the switching and the 3,000 LED could be $133,000 taken care of. If we want to go for the 2700 LED, you'll come back with another estimate, but we could approximate on top of that maybe about $70,000.
I think that's fair with the preliminary estimates that we have to date. We probably need an additional 70,000 on top of the 133 if we wanted to put all new fixture heads out there.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess my comment would be just to add a little bit to the discussion. This would sort of be a little bit of a no-brainer, except for that if you look at the small area plan, there are multiple competing priorities. Like, yes, we want to have energy efficiency and be a good steward in that manner, but also we want to have dark skies and be a good steward in that manner. And so when the 3000 Kelvin was installed and folks took a look at it, they were concerned about the level of whiteness of the light and the amount of change that one would see between the sodium to that level of Kelvin. And apparently, like if you look at the spectrum and sometimes in real life examples, you can see for some reason between that 2700 and that 3000, there's a jump between a more of a yellow warm glow and a white light. And then if you go further up in the Kelvin, you go from a white to a more blue light. So that's really, it's, do we want to spend that extra money to kind of achieve more goals of that small area plan? So with that, I will open it up to discussion. Steve, you're muted.
There we go. I guess my question is, do we have any idea on the current lamps how much it would cost? I mean, since we're not metered yet, do we have a good guess at how much it would cost for the electricity to run those compared to an LED? I know there's going to be a significant difference, but I'm just wondering how significant.
Probably 4 times, I'm guessing, the cost. But I'd rather have our consultant or staff do a little bit of investigating that before I set a number.
Yeah, I think Dave's right. I mean, the order of magnitude may be significant and maybe 3 or 4 times more expensive to operate a high pressure sodium fixture, but these are low consumers in general of electricity. So they're not.
That was my question. Are we talking 100 versus 400, or are we talking 1,500 versus 6,000 a year?
Probably closer to the first example. I mean, it's not going to be, in anecdotal observations. I mean, and we have experience with these with both high pressure sodium and LED that are either on a West Penn Power tariff structure or metered and maintained by the township.
Well, for
all of our own fixtures to LED luminaires, but we had HPS at one point and even some mercury vapor. So, you know, we're just not big users of utility. We don't have, if we had thousands of these, it would be, or hundreds of these rather, it would probably be more significant in terms of raw dollar amount.
So maybe one way to look at it, and I don't want to put you on the spot, Dave, so I don't know if you know what the tariff is that we're paying.
No, I don't know.
Okay. So if it was, I don't know if it's $7, $8 a month or 10, but yeah, I that's for some reason on the top of my head, but I could be way off. We probably need to look into it.
And it's difficult to compare the tariff luminaires to the metered ones because, you know, this utilization of the electricity used is only a part of that fee. And with Pine Grove Mills, there's even the added kind of caveat that this is sort of a hybrid tariff structure where we pay a reduced tariff rate based on the agreement that we have in place, I guess, that we maintain the lights themselves. So I don't know, it'd be a hard figure to firm up, but my guess is dollar amount wise for 35 luminaires, it's probably not all that significant.
I guess I'll add to the discussion here too, that I think that that budgeted amount, like the 133,000, if you're, I mean, the switching change and that kind of thing is really about convenience of the township and being able to work on those fixtures. And not that I'm saying that's kind of nothing, of course that's important, but the change of the LED is really kind of meeting the small area plan agenda. And so I guess for me as a policymaker and knowing how much investment was made into the small area plan in terms of contribution, I would rather see that money be used to achieve the aesthetic and environmental goals of the small area plan in this case. So I'm not deprioritizing the staff at all or that convenience at all. But if we could make that change with that budget, I would really like to achieve that goal for the small area plan. So what most I'd like is for us to be able to first, I think as a first step, discern in real life if this 2700 Kelvin fixture is going to be in real life different than the 3000. So what I wondered in terms of public works is it possible for us to do just one conversion? And if so, does it look, it looks like it looks pretty different. Like that top looks rather different than the previous tops, the heads. Is that, am I perceiving correctly?
We would match it as closely as possible. I believe the example I shared was the one that the consultant found. So it is slightly different.
My idea would be that if we could convert one that would be rather innocuous in terms of the different profile, that we could get a real life comparison and see if that difference in kelvins is worth the investment of the extra money.
And I think I could do that. Obviously, I don't know that I could demo it that way. Like, hey, we just want to see what it looks like and then we're going to give it back to you. I mean, if I could, I would, but we might have to buy it and put it up.
No, that's what I mean, buy it, because what
Yeah.
I'm assuming, which may be incorrect too, it's my next question, I don't have the technical knowledge, if we did buy it and said, oh, there's no difference, let's go with the 3,000. And this is assuming we're going down the LED path, which we haven't decided yet, but assuming you are, can we then change that? That fixture doesn't have all these kind of barriers like our current fixture does. We could change that then to the 3,000 Kelvin to match the others. Or is that then?
I don't know that we could, because that is a different style.
Jeez.
With a built-in LED. It's not going to be a retrofit like an incandescent bulb.
Okay. All right. Darn. All right. Any other board members have thoughts on, Lisa? You're muted too.
Similar to that thought, I was wondering, I know the one that you're talking about by the Naked Egg, that's the example right now. If there is another one somewhere that has the 2700 that we could look at, I know they wouldn't be side by side, but at least we could get an example. I had like a real life exercise in this, because we replaced a light and put up a new LED light in my house, and you could switch from the 2700 to the 3000 and on up. So I was able to look at it, which is over the weekend. That was really interesting. There is a difference. You know, I like white, bright lights. So, you know, I'm probably the wrong person to ask about this. If the Pine Grove Mills group is saying they want the more yellow one, you know, it's difficult. I think we need to see them. So if there's a way you could find one that we could look at, the example one looks kind of yellow to me. So is that just the way that the fixture is making it look? Or, you know, is there something we can do with the fixture to yellow it up?
So maybe, but I didn't really want to bring it up because it would be more, typically I think it's done with theatrical lighting. So, you know, it can be done, but the unknowns are, what does it do to the life of the LED, and what does it output in lumens?
Mm-hmm.
You know, there may be a way to yellow it up with a film. So I talked about that with the consultant. You maybe actually, but they don't have any manufactured. We would have to buy the yellow film in sheets. You basically cut it and wrap it around that corn cob and tape it. And you know, it yellows it out.
Okay.
So I just don't know what it does to the life of the LED, if it overheats it. Apparently in the theatrical world, they don't care that their bulbs last for 5 years. They want them to look, you know, a certain color for a certain reason, and it's more aesthetic. So
okay,
it's not that it's impossible, it's just kind of in the experimental stage, so to speak. I can't say for certain. There's not a lot of certainties with it, but it's a possibility.
Okay, so it's a possibility. Okay. And then I did do some research, because this is just not something I'm really familiar with. So it looked like recommendations from different groups, including American Medical Association, were for using 3,000 and less. So I think even if we go with the 3,000, even though, you know, if we decide that that's fine, I think we're okay in terms of, like, you know, blue light effects and circadian rhythms and things like that. So I had looked into that. Those higher ones are really blue and different. I wanted to know also, I guess just, you know, one other thing to keep in mind is that there were plans to install more lights on the other end. So going down, you know, another block or so down Pine Grove Road. So just keeping in mind that that's another residential area that would have these lights and, you know, the brightness and the effect over there. So whatever we choose here is what we'd be putting in at the other end. So for us to just keep that in mind, you know, something brighter, like I'm saying, you know, I want this, that might be great down there by the the Naked Egg where it's, kind of a parking area, but once you get into that closer, denser house area, it might not work. I know there was already an issue with one of the lights at the school, and they had to request a shield to go up around it because it was just shining so brightly into the houses across the street.
Yeah, and I understand there's more of a sensitivity doing this in an existing area when we're changing out lights as opposed to a new development. And, I'll pay more attention to our, brightness of our LEDs, but, all of, Gatesburg Road and Havershire Boulevard and Coral Street and all those are 4,000 K.
When I was researching, it was saying that a lot of cities that use that 4,000 and 5,000 are switching them out because they'd had so many complaints. So that's good to know, and again, just, something for us all to keep in mind that, I guess we're all still adapting and learning about these things. So,
right. I think lighting engineers tend to go with the 4 because it's got greater output. But obviously, and we do have cutoffs that require it to shine down, but the lower the number you can get it, the less white it is going to be.
Right. Okay. And these are all dimmable too. So correct. Or no?
The new ones, I think if we wanted to, we could make them dimmable, but I haven't had that dimmable discussion with the designer.
So you mean we could get the 3,000 Kelvin bulb and dim it to 2,700?
I don't know if we can do that with the corncob style bulbs. And it may
darn fixtures.
It may be more in the switching and the power packs and how they're set up. I had a very brief discussion, but they're not currently being designed to be dimmable.
Okay. I don't think it would change the color. It would just change the brightness. So we'd still have that, whatever that white saturation is, we'd still have that. It would just be the brightness that would change. So, it's still I guess the color more that we have to decide on. And then just going back to Laura's point about holding off on switching over the electrical, it said in there that our agreement with West Penn Power is ending. So if we re-up that, could we sign a shorter term agreement?
They only go in 10-year increments.
Yeah, and it's been expired for about, it's been about 6 years. It's been expired. And the only thing that they supposed to do under the agreement is change bulbs. And I think they did it once in 16 years. And if a bulb burns out, we don't know if the light goes out, we don't know if the bulb burned out, if it was the solar sensor, if it was the ballast, if it was wiring, and they're not the ones that have to troubleshoot it. Their agreement is, hey, every 5 years, we're gonna come along and we're gonna change the bulbs. And hey, I think we're supposed to clean the glass, but we don't really do that. So that's really the agreement.
Okay.
Every 5 years, everything else is on you. I don't really like that agreement.
Yeah, it's not a great agreement. It's like, just give us the bulbs and move on, please.
Now, if we did nothing, right? That's the other alternative, I guess, is we just abandon the project, but we would just probably continue to do the best we can and hire electricians as needed to do troubleshooting and repairs, and just really change the bulbs ourselves instead of relying on West Penn Power and stay with the high pressure sodium. So, that's not my preference, but it's obviously a do nothing alternative is always out there.
Well, it's a tough problem. I'm leaning towards either nothing or the whole thing. and not the option that we have a sense already that people aren't going to be that thrilled with. It's unfortunate that we can't get like a real life look at the implementation, because I'm a little bit nervous about saying, I'd prefer to go for everything without knowing for sure that that's going to give us that more yellow glow. But, in the evolution of the plan, folks want that to be like an old timey village. They want decorations on the posts. They want not that white, new, bright, modern light. So I'm kind of leaning toward an either do nothing or do everything, while acknowledging that we don't currently have the budget for that. So I'd love to hear other people's perspectives on their thoughts on the three options that are on the table, or any alternative way through this path.
Laura, I'm with you. I'm either towards the do nothing. I guess I'm just leaning towards the do nothing. But I don't live out there, and I don't really get feedback from what people feel. I know where I lived before, we switched out all of ours, but it was more densely populated and it was more of a security thing, and people actually liked that. I don't know how much of an issue headlight traffic is out there for people who live along that road, and if that's a bother, and would headlight traffic really even affect them so much if they had the brighter white lights? If you change to I think I'm not in favor of changing out the fixture heads, and that's where I stand. But again.
Yep. Mr. Miller?
Yes, I'm going to pretty much echo Patty on this, but I think if people are satisfied with what's there now, it sounds like, I'm all for saving energy and going to LED when possible, but I'm not sure that we would save enough energy to really make it a big issue. And I think changing the fixture heads, then you're introducing a waste of materials, that you're taking out all the old fixture heads and replacing them with something new, which in itself, I think, is a waste, unless you're doing it for a specific purpose of saying this is going to be a lot better for what people want than what they have now. Or unless you say we're going to save a lot of energy to make up for it. And I'm not hearing that that's where it would be. So I think I tend to lean toward just leaving it the way it is right now and go with the high pressure sodium.
Lisa or Persenjit? Also, I just did want to mention too, I think some of this discussion evolved because of the idea that eventually we're going to put lights on the other end and they will be LED, and then we'll have pink on one side and then the LED on the other. So that's just, we don't necessarily have to cross that bridge right now, but I think that is what's sort of inspired this idea of changing it to match.
But that might be the time to change the heads, because then they'll be X number of years older. So.
Yep. Lisa, Persenjit?
Yeah, I don't have a solution, but given that I don't have a clear solution, I'll possibly lean towards the do nothing. So my thinking is that the principles are like everyone, I would like to save energy, but again, it's not possibly that significant. I'm concerned with, I guess the aesthetics is for the people who live there. And I'm relying on you to, and Lisa, what you're saying, what I hear is that they might not be very keen on the white light. And generally, my philosophy is that I think some places are too brightly lit, and that causes some amount of light pollution. There is, I think about 2,700 or 2,500, somewhere around that range, we possibly have enough light to prevent accidents, which is the other side of not having light. so given all this, and then at some point, I think the other reason I want to punt it to the future is if I were to do things, and I mean, if cost is not that much of an issue, I like, there are bulbs with motion sensors, which go on when a car comes or people come. And otherwise they're off. So that way there is not as much light pollution, but I have no idea what the cost for that is. So for now, I'm leaning towards do nothing, and possibly in the future year, do things right. And that'll also give me some time to understand what the people want, which I don't know.
Thank you. Lisa.
Yeah, I don't want to put something in that the people there don't like if they've already stated they do not like that example. I don't want to make changes knowing that we've got another section of road to do. It seems like that makes a lot more sense to do that all at one time. Putting it off for a few years, there might be innovations that give us more options at the same price in a few years. So if we put this off just a little bit longer and make it a whole project of putting those extra posts in and converting these things, converting the electricity. So I guess that's the only question, is then we have to sign another 10-year contract, or no, we can leave this hanging.
Sounds like we can leave it hanging.
Okay.
Dave, sorry.
Yeah,
Dave.
they're not in any urgent, they're not pressuring us to renew the contract. We can.
Because I'd like to do this before 10 years. I think, that's an important part of the small area plan, is to, complete the look, get those lights in on the other end. So I wouldn't want to put it off for 10 years, but
Do they have the option of getting the glass that's frosted glass as opposed to clear glass?
Might already be frosted. Dave Modricker, do you know?
I know that the what's supposed to look like a lamp or a chimney inside is frosted. I don't know that the outside glass is frosted. I know it's dirty. They're clear acrylic. But really, we should be cleaning those on a maintenance cycle too. And I think that was in the PennDOT agreement, but I don't know that they've really been cleaned. Or if you even want us to clean them at this point.
Yeah, don't clean them. They like them dim. Okay, so just to try to sum up and move us forward here. So we are suggesting a do nothing. I think I hear a majority of a do nothing right now. I think Lisa suggested that we should be looking at the entire project. And as of right now, as far as I understand, we're not doing that in any way. It's not, as far as I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, staff, that it is not in the SIP as an entire project where we're looking at the other end of town and how many streetlights they want to go in down there.
No, we've correct. It's not in the CIP. We did submit at least one grant for funding in the past to go west and to go south up Water Street.
Okay. So how does then the board feel? I think I know how Lisa feels about it, about getting some sort of estimate in the SIP for the entire project. Whether it's in year 5, I guess that's about the furthest out it can go, or earlier. But to ask Public Works to develop that larger budget assessment to see what we're looking at here. I guess not everybody's head, if that sounds.
We actually have a lot of that data that was developed in conjunction with the grant application. We have to refresh it, but
right,
that would be difficult to do.
Okay. And then my other, so right now, no action. Yes, let's develop that number to add into the SIP whenever that, comes around this year. And then my question is, does that also mean that that 133,000 is not going to be used and we're not going to do the wiring, or we are going to do that?
I would suggest that we pursue the metering and cutoff if that doesn't interfere with the other, if that can be done as a standalone project, Dave. I mean,
Yeah,
Dave has some concerns about the tariff structure as is, and it doesn't, really taking them over is the only solution to that issue. It makes it a lot easier. It'd be nice if we could de-energize the lights ourselves so that we could do work on them. We don't have to rely on a third party to get to it when they can get to it. If the money's
so
there.
you all know my kind of perspective on that. I really would rather go for the change than that, but I understand what staff is saying, and I'll support that. So is what you're saying though, if we do that, then West Penn is out of the equation completely anyway? Is that correct? Like the whole tariff thing is done?
Right. If we put them on meters, no tariff, we just pay based on the meters.
Okay. All right. So do we have board consensus to move forward with that portion of the project?
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I guess that's fine because, and that would be based on what you were showing us with the boxes, that would in no way be attached to the other end of Pine Grove or Water Street, those lights. That would all, it's not like you would have to redo something that you're doing now when those lights go in, or would you?
Correct. We would not have to redo. If we had the ability to, tie on to the far end, power supply and meter, we could, but more than likely we would just set a new meter on the other side of the intersection and run it west.
Then I have one more question. So there will be like maybe $8,000 left over that we were going to buy LED bulbs with, but now we've decided to not buy them. Can we allocate that to buy some of the flags that don't say State College out there, but like say welcome to Pine Grove Mills? Could that be a thing that we move over to the small area plan? Like, could we reallocate that budget money?
Well, I think it's premature to try to estimate what we would have left over in the budget. Dave, I think, alluded to earlier that it's looking like we're going to be up against the 133, perhaps with just the meters and cutoffs and current HPA.
I thought he said with also the corn cob 3,000s.
Well, in any event, I think what we need to do first is figure out what the actual amount would be. I mean, it would be,
all right.
If we have leftover money, we could find another purpose for it, but I think it's just too premature to.
The design is still preliminary as we try to reduce the amount of meters and determine if it makes sense to do more, boring or open cutting.
Okay.
And, that's affecting the budget.
Yeah, I guess I'm just disappointed because really this whole project kind of came out of the small area plan and now kind of like nothing's being addressed there. So, but that's fine. Understood. I'll leave it at that and move on. Just staff, basically, I'm thinking you have probably an understanding of what the direction of the board is.
Yep.
All right. Okay. Does anybody need a break before we move on to new business? All right. First, we have the consent agenda. I'll ask for a motion to approve or remove anything for discussion.
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
I'll second, Lisa.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Passes unanimously. Next, we'll move on to a public hearing on a resolution of the Township of Ferguson, Center County, Pennsylvania, accepting an easement agreement from BCH Joint Venture for property located on tax parcel 24-012-001-0000 with an address of 1301 North Atherton Street for a non-exclusive permanent easement as described in Exhibit A of the grant of easement attached hereto and made part of this resolution.
Thank you. So just
Sure.
quickly, I'll introduce it, and then if Dave has anything he wants to add on the easement itself or what's being requested here, he can, or of course, if there's any questions from the board. Essentially, this is in response to traffic improvements that were recommended by the West Campus Parking Structure Traffic Impact Study that was done. That was for a project that was located in State College Borough. The required improvement is the installation of this flashing yellow arrow signal for turning left from North Atherton onto Blue Course Drive. Or may be familiar with some of these. We've constructed them at several other intersections around the township. In order to be able to maintain the improvements that are being implemented as a result of that study, the township requires an easement that we've been able to discuss with the property owner at 1301 North Atherton Street. And I'll share my screen here real quick and just orient you kind of where we are. So if you're looking overhead here, you have North Atherton heading into the borough this way, heading into Patton Township that way, Blue Course Drive, Clinton Avenue, and this is the signalized intersection that would be subject to the improvements, and 1301 North Atherton is the property that the township is securing an easement for traffic signal maintenance. So the resolution's with your agenda. Again, I don't know if you have anything you want to add to that, but if there's any questions, we can answer those too.
Okay, any questions for Dave? All right, I'll ask for a motion.
I'll move that the Board of Supervisors adopt the resolution accepting the easement agreement with BCH joint venture.
Patty, I second.
Okay. Any discussion? All right, all in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Oh.
Roll call.
Okay, sorry. Please, Dave.
This is presented as resolution 2021-11. Mr. Mitra? You're muted.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Strickland?
Yes.
Ms. Benini?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Next, a preliminary land development plan of the West College student housing development.
So I'm going to ask Jenna to introduce it, and as she's doing that, I'm going to kind of be the producer or the technical support in the back end. I think we're going to try to orient the board, give you a quick overview, and then we have some folks that are as attendees that Jenna will introduce. But go ahead, Jenna.
Thank you, Dave. We have preliminary land development plan for West College student housing. So Pantera Engineering has submitted a land development plan and lot consolidation plan on behalf of their client, Aspen Heights Partners. Parcels are located at the intersection of West College Avenue and Buckout Street. We have four parcels within Ferguson Township, one parcel that is within the borough that is part of this lot consolidation plan and land development plan. They will be consolidated to form a 1.136 acre parcel. The land development plan proposes a 6-story multifamily residential apartment building with commercial / retail space on the first floor. The applicant is utilizing height incentives found in our zoning ordinance, chapter 27.304.3B2, and has provided additional parking in the parking structure to share for use by others. The applicant is eligible for an additional 20 feet to be added to the permitted maximum height of 55 feet by providing the additional parking. The building will consist of 2 subsurface floors of underground parking, 1 floor containing commercial space, and 5 floors of multifamily residential apartments. There are 96 residential units, that's 268 beds, and a total of 8,696 square feet of non-residential spaces. 7,488 square feet are located within the township. The plan calls for 159 parking spaces, 151 will be located in the parking structure. A variance was granted by the Ferguson Township Zoning Hearing Board on February 25th, 2020 to allow parking on the first floor of the building. There are 14 short-term bicycle parking spaces proposed on the site. Planning Commission reviewed this preliminary land development plan at their February 8th regular meeting and recommended approval to the Board of Supervisors. Provided below the Dropbox link to access land development plan. There's a few in there. They're very large plans. And they're also included in the agenda as a memorandum from Christina Anixtine, Community Planner, summarizing Planning Commission's comments on the plan. We have also included outstanding staff review comments, as well as comments provided by the Borough State College's advisory review bodies. And we have, if Dave was successful during all that, representation from the applicants. I know John Sepp is in the meeting room and he will introduce the representation with him. I know they have a presentation prepared for this discussion topic tonight.
Right, and just before I bring them on, just to give you a quick lay of the land, and presumably most of you are familiar with the project site, but for anyone who's not, you can see here, you should be able to see my screen here with an aerial of the project site. You see the green line here is a little difficult to make out, but that's the State College Borough, Ferguson Township municipal boundary. This here is Buckout Street heading into downtown. Over here at 913 is the property formerly the O.W. House area, their property, currently owned by Penn State University. And then you'll see just across the street, West College Avenue, this is the cluster of parcels that are proposed to be consolidated, really going from this parcel here, 916 West College, all the way out through the borough line. This parcel here right at the end at Butts and West College Avenue is not part of the proposed project. And then lastly, I'll just point out that tonight is an opportunity for the board to review and ask questions. We're not asking for any action to be taken on the preliminary land development plan. That would be presented tentatively for March 15th. And then the applicant would then come back for final land development approval when conditions or comments were addressed and conditions were met and they were ready for that phase. With that said, I'll first bring John on. I'm gonna, if that's all right, I think we're having issues with attendees being able to show their screen. So I'm gonna bring John on as a panelist, and then John, you should be on. I'll let you introduce the rest of your team here and bring them on as appropriate. You unmute.
Thank you, Dave. John Sepp from Pentair Engineering, and here tonight with me is Danielle Blyer and David Helfrich from Aspen Heights, the developer of the project. Jeremy White is the project architect from BSB Design, and Doug Hill from Wooster and Associates is the traffic consultant. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Danielle, and Danielle could start the presentation.
Hi, and good evening, everyone. David, you had mentioned that there were some issues in sharing the screen. Is that something that I have the ability to do?
So if you're not able to share your screen, can you just let me know and I'll bring you back on as a panelist, and that should address it.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the option.
Okay. Bear with me one moment. I'm going to bump you off here as an attendee and then bring you back on as a panelist. Okay, now you should be able to present, and then we can do that with anybody else that needs to as well. You are live. We can see your screen, but you're muted there.
Okay, so hopefully everyone can see my screen.
Yes.
And we have David Helfrich on, who's our division president, who's actually going to kick off our company introductions.
Thank you, Danielle. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. Good evening. As Danielle mentioned, I am the division president of Aspen Heights. Aspen Heights has been around since 2006. We have several slides here we can show you, tell you a little bit about our company. We've done, as it mentions here, 1.6 billion in total development and growing. We're based out of Austin, Texas. Myself and my division, Danielle and Dan Cable, our vice president of development, are out of the Charlotte office. We handle everything east of Mississippi. We started as a student housing developer, continued to be one of the top 10 student housing developers in the country. We have been successful by strictly doing development in local college towns with an innovative platform that we come in and look at design and emphasize working with the community to try to find a good fit for the needs of both the neighborhoods as well as the students, which are our tenant base. We are vertically integrated, as this slide represents. We have in-house development, construction, property management, as well as marketing and leasing. We are long-term holders, so we'll develop everything. We control all the factors of production. Our entire team is engaged in all levels. We have over 400 employees, and we pride ourselves in doing high quality, best of class products. All of our investors are institutional, large real estate funds. And then obviously our lending basis, the who's who of top banks, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, PNC and whatnot. A little bit about our footprint, as noted here, we've done 34 projects. I think it's a little dated, maybe close to 40 now. We have about 8 under construction currently, primarily here on the eastern side of the Mississippi, as I mentioned, on the eastern part of the U.S. We have currently $2 billion in our pipeline of student housing development. We've done over 16,000 beds, and obviously have a great degree of expertise and passion about what we do. This slide just demonstrates a little bit of how we stack up amongst our peers. As noted, we are a developer and owner and manager, been top 10 almost every single year for the last 10 years. So we pride ourselves in doing best in class development. As I mentioned, we own long-term all of our assets and try to hold them as long as we can. So we're building with quality materials, being part of the neighborhood and community that we obviously develop in and plan on being part of for a very long period of time. And then we are our own manager, where we manage all of our own assets. So we'll have on-site management that are all Aspen Heights employees with a long-term tenure, obviously in managing and preserving the quality of life and the quality of the asset in the community. With that, I'll turn it over. I know if Danielle will talk a little bit more about the project specifically. I'm happy to answer any questions about myself, the team, or Aspen Heights. Just briefly about me, I've been doing student housing for over 23 years. Started in the industry in the very early inceptions in the early or mid 1990s. Obviously it's something that I have a lot of experience in and have a lot of passion about as well. So happy to answer any questions about that, our company, before we get into the specific project. All right, well, I'll turn it over to Danielle.
Great, thanks, David. So we have Jeremy White, our architect here, who's going to talk through some of our project highlights and walk us through the floor plans.
Danielle. Good evening, everyone. Again, this is Jeremy White with BSB Design. Had the privilege to work with Aspen Heights on several student housing projects recently, and actually worked with David and his group quite a while back on some other student housing deals. So we've got a good longstanding relationship together, designer and client. So this project is a great opportunity for us, as you guys have already described, at the intersection of West College and Buckhouse. And just a point of clarification, I know there's a couple numbers floating around there, but You'll see this better in the diagrams and the elevations later on, but it is a 5-story apartments, 5 levels of apartments. There is 1 level of commercial and parking, and then below that, like a subgrade level, would be another level of parking, just as a point of clarification for everyone. Again, 96 units, 2 and 3 beds. Here we are on that lowest level, that subgrade level, and you can see I've got it somewhat color coded here just for our enjoyment. And we have in a purple color, we've got our elevator vertical circulation here with handicap spaces indicated. In the yellow color, we have the 2 of the electrical vehicle charging station spaces allocated there. And then on the far left, you've got in green some of the bicycles parking spaces that we talked about earlier. On the bottom of the page, you'll see, I'm sorry, Danielle. On the bottom of the page, running left, right, you'll see that's where we have a ramping system that ramps up where the arrow is indicating there. And then once we go up to the main level, the street level, that's where you would come out. So you would have, let's get our bearings. So West College is running along the top of the page, and Buckhout is on the right side of the page. You would also have Calder Way running along the bottom of the page, just for everyone's reference. The existing building that is to remain that David mentioned earlier is over here on the left side. What we're looking at in, and I'll kind of briefly describe what we have here on the screen. There's a lot going on, as you can see, but one of the main indicators is the zoning separation between the State College Borough and the Ferguson Township. And you can see that here running through the page and through the building. I'll start in the top left of the building and kind of work our way around clockwise. In the red color, we have commercial fronting West College. And just behind that, of course, is the parking. Along West College, you'll see the entryway circled in blue. And also you'll see little red dots along the street. That's just to indicate the street lighting that's being, that's part of the zoning requirement. And John Sepp will get into that a little bit further. Again, you can see the purple indicating the vertical circulation for the elevator. I will point out from a vertical circulation, the 2 stairs for emergency egress, those are on the south side of the page, on the left and the right. Right there's one, and there is the other. In the top right, coming around in kind of an orange color, that's actually a street lobby where you could walk in from West College, come in, you could actually access the mail or come straight through down a couple steps or down the elevator for accessibility into the parking structure. And you can also walk into a small retail, kind of a grab and go feel within the orange space there. And then further back, you can kind of see in the diagonal hatched area, the leasing component that would occur on the State College Borough side. The yellow is indicating 2 additional electrical vehicle charging station spaces. I apologize. And then right across the drive out from that, you'll see a loading zone that's there for, Amazon, Grubhub, Uber, whatever's needed. So that's going to be a great addition there. A couple notes that I want to point out. There is the intent to widen West Calder to 18 feet and for it to all be paved, and it would be for 2-way traffic. Also, you can see the arrows pointing into the deck from Calder Way and then an arrow pointing out of the deck. And that's just to mitigate a lot of the traffic, just to make sure that there's not in and out at both ends of the deck. Finally, on this plan, you'll see in the bottom left, that's where the trash and recycle is going to be managed, and that would be managed from on-site management. So on trash pickup day, they would simply wheel it out, get it picked up, and then wheel it back in. Pretty standard process. Danielle, if we want to go to the next floor. All right, deck level 3, which is just above the commercial level, is the last parking level. You can see it here. You got in green, again, you've got the bicycle parking, vertical circulation with the elevator, and then open to below to give that additional height. That's what's going to be the liner commercial that's wrapping around the parking as it fronts West College and Buckhouse. As we go above that podium level is where the residential starts. So level 1, you've got, again, 2-bedroom units, 3-bedroom units. And then you've also got highlighted here in orange, the beginnings of the amenities package. So you'd have fitness and some study rooms as well. Also on the, right where the zoning line comes through, you can kind of see a circular element. There's an outdoor roof terrace that we're occupying there and having a little bit of a nice way to cap the building as it fronts toward the university. And here we are as we go vertical, not to get confused because it starts to look all the same. But a couple things I'll point out. We have a stack of study rooms right off the elevator to sort of capture, kind of activate the street a bit. And that would be kind of a glassed element. You'll see that on the elevations. And then you'll see another component here where cardio and study rooms, again, stacking from above. One thing that I do want to point out is on each of these levels, you've got the opportunity, outward facing, but then you've also got smaller intimate spaces for these pocket courtyards that we have dispersed within the building itself. So just wanted to point that out. And here we are. This is the outside. We'll start at the bottom image. This is looking just basically a perspective elevation of the structure as you're seeing it from West College. Again, you've got the pedestrian activation with the storefront and the awnings as it goes across the base. From a material standpoint, you have we'll call that a reddish brick. We'll call that brick 1. And then brick 2 is kind of a buff tan grayish color. So you've got 2 tones of brick as it goes across there to really give a higher quality feel as you're going across there. Above that, you're going to have a combination of fiber cement panel, fiber cement siding, and also a little accents of metal siding as well, or metal panel. And let's see. You can see in the top corner perspective, the corner as you're coming around on West College, that sort of radial element that I mentioned before, that would be kind of where the main entry focus is, coming from campus and really drawing the attention in there. And that's where the roof terrace is as well. And here's a good image. A couple of things that I want to point out. There is a decent amount of grade change from our finished floor level for the commercial as it comes down to Buckhouse. So we're taking that as an opportunity to really create a great landscape berm as it comes down to Buckhouse. Just pointing that out. Obviously, John, he'll be able to spell out a little more of the logistics and the technical nature, but just to point that out from a visual standpoint. And then you can see in the top left as you're coming in off of Calderway as you're pulling in there. And I don't know if we have any additional ones or if, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to pass it over to John Sepp at this point. And I think what we'll do is we'll wait for questions at the end. And John, if you're there.
Yes, thanks, Jeremy.
Absolutely.
This project does follow the Terrace Streetscape Ordinance in that we have a 12-foot sidewalk along the frontage of West College in the Ferguson Township section of the project. We have a 5-foot sidewalk along South Buckout Street and another 5-foot sidewalk that parallels Calder Way. There will be 10 street trees planted along College Avenue and Buckout Street and 10 street lights per the Terrace Streetscape Ordinance, and benches, etc. The CATA stop has been relocated slightly to the center of the building per discussions with CATA. That is CATA and the township staff. That is the preferred location for the CATA stop for pickup. As Jeremy said, we do have a loading zone in the back of the building on the right-hand side. And the Calder Way access will be widened, as Jeremy said, to 18 foot from Butt Street to Buckout Street. Underground stormwater detention facilities will handle runoff from the project. We have 150 foot of 40-inch pipe that runs parallel to Calder Way. And we also have an underground facility along Buckout Street. In addition to the street trees that are provided per the Terrace Streetscape Ordinance, we do have additional landscaping along Calder Way, and there will be lights provided along Calder Way as well. With that, I will turn it over to Doug Hill, who can discuss the traffic for the project.
Good evening, everyone. This is Doug Hill with Worcester & Associates. As John mentioned, we did the traffic impact study for the project. And just to give a general brief overview of the study itself, we scoped the study, developed a scope of work for the study with representatives of the township, the borough, and PennDOT. The scope of work included what I'll call the four corners of the site study area, which would be the intersections of College Avenue and Butt Street, College and Buckout, Buckout and Calder Way, Butt Street and Calder Way. And we also included the intersection at Beaver Avenue and Buckout Street. Traffic data for most of those intersections was obtained from historical studies that were done in the area already. Those studies were done pre-pandemic, so the counts that were used were pre-pandemic conditions. The only intersection where we did not have historical data was the intersection of Butt Street and Calder Way. We did collect those volumes during 2020, but those volumes were adjusted using an historical comparison methodology that PennDOT established for collecting traffic data during pandemic conditions. As is typical for a traffic impact study, the existing volumes were projected to an opening day condition and a horizon condition 5 years beyond the opening day, using a standard background traffic growth rate for the area. In addition, we projected trips from 11 different developments that were not yet completed but approved, but not yet completed or constructed when the counts were performed. So those were layered into the background. We then calculated the trip generation of the site itself using standard traffic engineering and PennDOT methodologies. Those trips were distributed to and from the site. The student trips were distributed towards downtown and campus, which is consistent with all the other student housing projects that have been done in the greater center region. And the retail trips were distributed using a population gravity model, which is PennDOT's preferred method. When we added those trips to the pre-development condition, we determined the impacts of the study, and the ultimate recommendations of the study include pedestrian upgrades to the southern crossing at the intersection of College Avenue and Buckout Street. So that crossing would be upgraded to meet ADA standards. And as John mentioned, there will be some lighting and existing sidewalk widths improvements that are being done just as part of the site development itself. In addition to those upgrades at the crosswalk, there is recommended signage for pedestrian crossing ahead on West College Avenue that will be placed for traffic heading east on College Avenue to alert them of the crossing, as well as a crossing at the crosswalk itself. If you've ever seen the crossings or the signage that has the downward facing arrow that alerts you at the crossing itself that there's a pedestrian crossing. The only other item that was identified in the study was at the intersection of College Avenue and Butt Street. there's an existing operational deficiency there whereby the side street, butt street approaches to College Avenue, the ones that are required to stop, they do not meet the township standard for what's called level of service, which is just an operational term to identify delay in vehicles that are waiting to enter a major street. Because the intersection is unsignalized, there's no practical mitigation that can be undertaken. The most common mitigation at an unsignalized intersection is to install a traffic signal. However, to install a traffic signal, you must satisfy at least one state warrant for installing that signal control, and that intersection is not close to satisfying any of those warrants. So there is really no practical mitigation that could be implemented to mitigate that existing level of service, and as a result, the applicant would need to essentially be granted permission to not comply with the level service standard that's established in the township ordinance. But again, it's one of those situations where it's there now. There's no way to mitigate it since the traffic signal is not warranted. So we're kind of stuck between a hard place. The study was recently revised and it was resubmitted to the township and to PennDOT late this afternoon. Obviously, hasn't been reviewed yet, but we look forward to receiving that review. And I can answer any questions that you have this evening.
Excuse me, I was wondering, were we supposed to be viewing like a traffic flow visual, or should the landscape plan still be up?
I did not have a graphic prepared, so yeah.
Okay, could you again show us where the crosswalk's going to be while you're up there?
Right there. That's what, yeah.
And that's it. That's it.
That's correct.
And where's the CATA bus stop?
Right there.
So is there another CATA bus stop across the street? Or is it just that? Across West College?
There is a CATA bus stop directly across West College. CATA is considering relocating that stop to be east of the Buckhouse College intersection.
And so are you all responsible for putting those crosswalks in, and then are you also responsible for maintenance, or does that fall on PennDOT after you install them?
Yeah, township or PennDOT maintenance. The crosswalks, to clarify, are there currently. We're upgrading them to meet ADA standards.
There's a crosswalk there right now?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. There are.
I would point out that actually will be a borough rather than township.
Yeah, I think it must have be like one of those ones that used to be there and it must be so faded or something. Anyway, I'm not sure. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I had a question as far as the traffic study. Did you do any calculations based on move-in time or move-out time, how traffic would flow with those intersections when that's occurring?
No, the traffic impact study guidelines require us to look at normal typical conditions. We recognize in this town that there are move in, move out times that are not necessarily normal and typical traffic conditions, but because they occur essentially 2 times a year, that we're not required to study those, and we're specifically required to avoid studying those times so that there aren't infrastructure designs that are designed to accommodate a situation that only occurs intermittently.
One thing, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yep.
I'd like to address that. So Aspen Heights, obviously, we do a significant amount of move-ins and move-outs throughout the course of every year. So one thing that we do to manage that specifically, first and foremost, all the units are furnished. So there won't be a significant amount of moving trucks or large vehicles coming in and out. So students really just bring their suitcase and their personal belongings. So that obviously mitigates a lot of excess traffic. But more importantly, what we do is we schedule all move-in times and move-out times. Obviously, we have several elevators that service the building. We will not give students access to their apartments or access to the property until they come at their scheduled move-in and move-out times. So we are very diligent, so we do not overload not only the traffic outside the building, but also inside the building, the infrastructure that we have and the people that manage that move-in and move-out. So we do that over the course of several days, and on an hour-by-hour basis, we'll schedule people.
Thanks.
I had a question. How many floors are actually residential? So in this graphic that I see now, is the red brick part parking? The ground floor is commercial, and then above that is parking?
Yeah, this is Jeremy White, the architect. Actually, if you count from the top down, count 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the 5th one, that's your first residential level there.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. So what? And again, this is part of a little bit of the confusion with the way the site works. Is there's kind of a split story element there for the parking, the highest level of parking, and that's why that one set of plans said parking, but it said open to below. That was what that was about.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now that we're finished with the presentations, let's, I'm sure that everybody's going to need to stay on because we have a lot of questions. So I'd like to move into board discussion and questions. Some of those will be directed to staff. Some will be directed to the developer and engineers on the project. I'll start. I have a very long list. I did email this to Jenna in advance of the meeting. And so some of these maybe we'll be able to breeze right through. The first is, it was mentioned to me that on the plan, the access ramp to the lower floors in the parking area is narrower than the requirement by the building code of 24 feet. In this case on the plan, it's marked at 20 feet, 4 inches. Is that a typo? Or are we incorrect about that information in terms of the building code?
As per our Saldo ordinance, a 20-foot drive aisle is permitted for all aisles serving parking other than 90-degree parking. 24 feet drive aisle would be required for the 90-degree. And this is not proposing that, so they can, by our ordinance, design these for 20 feet, which is...
So thank you. I understand it does comply with our ordinance, but my understanding is they also have to comply with code. Could we actually find out they do still have to comply with code, building code, right?
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct. This is Jeremy. If I could speak on that.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Compliance with code is definitely there, and 20 feet is something fairly common, especially when you're dealing with a speed ramp or a jump ramp, as you might hear it called, where it's not necessarily where it doesn't have parking on either side. So it's really just a communication between the levels, and 20 feet is a standard that we've seen. Some jurisdictions are even smaller, believe it or not, but we do not.
Thanks.
We do not want to go there.
Thanks. Could we just follow up with Walt Schneider, because he is the expert here locally on code, and just confirm that that is what applies in this particular situation?
Yep.
My next question is about the alley. So on the plan, it is shown as a 20-foot width. I'm assuming that means for the whole entire length, but a resident has measured the Butts Calder opening and has said that it's 18-foot width there. There's a 0 setback building, Nittany Property Management on one side, and on the other side is, I I don't know, a residential unit, I think it's a rental, that has some nice shrubs. And so my question is, what is the actual alley width there? Has one of our staff members measured it, or are we making an assumption, or is it the developer that's measured it? What I want to avoid is any kind of encroachment into the adjacent property owners and resulting in them having to remove their shrubs for access for this development. So what is the alley width there and how has it been confirmed?
Calder Alley will be a 20-foot right-of-way and 18 feet of that will be a paved cartway. And there is a difference between the alley right-of-way and the alley cartway on this plan. So the applicant will be widening the alley to make the right-of-way 20 feet. The township does not have alley design requirements for the zoning district. The only requirement is that 18 feet to be paved for fire truck access. And the fire chief has reviewed this plan and recommended approval of the alley as is.
So just to cut to the chase, there will be no encroachment to into the shrubs, and the gas meter behind Nittany property is not going to be in threat of getting hit because of that narrow entrance.
The shrubs are actually planted in the right-of-way. They are considered an encroachment. And the gas meter and the bollards that you mentioned in your email were actually put in place not too long ago based off of Planning Commission's comments from the February 8th meeting.
Okay, so my assumption that that property owner is going to be asked to remove some of their shrubs because of this development is correct then.
Dave, do you have any experience with plantings in a right-of-way? And if you need property owner's permission?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, Dave P, go ahead.
Jenna, you got to specify which Dave here. Dave, go ahead.
Okay. I do, but I think Laura's question is the property owner going to be asked? So, you know, I'll let the developer answer that part of it. I can say that I can address the bigger question of the alley, but if you're actually just asking, is the property owner going to be asked about his shrubs? You know, developer.
Both. Okay. I'd like the bigger question also addressed.
Okay, so the bigger question, so the alley was created under a subdivision plan. I think it was 1917, and so that alley exists for the use and enjoyment of the lots that were created at that time. Yeah, if you look at the entire subdivision, it kind of looks like it was laid out back when, you know, carriage houses, you know, might have been popular or maybe were coming out of popularity, but you know, all of the lots have the alley backing up against it. And so the roads, you know, were dedicated to the township, but the alleys never were. So those exist for the benefit, the use, the enjoyment of all the lots that were created as part of that subdivision, as I understand, I'll just say in quotes, alley law, you know, and you may want to consult with a solicitor, but typically when there are encroachments in that space, even when it's a private alley, you know, those are actually encroachments if someone has shrubs in an alleyway that belongs to the entire neighborhood. And usually the township doesn't get too involved in those matters unless they're, you know, health, life, safety matters and egress access for an ambulance or emergency vehicle. And then police typically, as I recall, and Chief could speak to it, but then, you know, they are asked and they'll get involved and, you know, mitigate a hazard. But you know, in some of the other alleys in Pine Grove Mills, whether they're paper streets, you know, well, in particular, paper streets, so a paper alley, and someone plants shrubs or puts sheds in it or whatever, those usually end up being civil matters that are litigated outside of the authority of the township because we don't own it. Has been my experience.
So if I understand what you're saying, unless there is an emergency access issue, the township is not going to be involved with that. But we might see a landowner hold a civil suit against another landowner to get them to trim their shrubs, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't talk, a lot of times the township ends up asked to be a facilitator. To some extent we can, but at some point really it becomes a civil matter, and that's how, those issues have to get resolved.
Yeah,
and how much
we're very limited in what we can intervene in with respect to private streets, and we can enforce stop signs that are posted at intersections with public streets. And there's some additional enforcement that we can get involved in, but we don't get involved in like parking and like Dave's talking about right-of-way encroachments or anything like that. That would be a civil matter addressed between.
Thanks. I'm going to get into that enforcement and ownership issue in a second. So Dave Modricker, how much do those shrubs encroach into the right-of-way? Do you know?
I don't know I didn't field truth like where those shrubs are with relation to the plan line. It appears that they're hanging over. I don't know how much of them are in, but
Okay.
It looks like they're probably gonna have to get trimmed back.
Thanks. Okay, so next question relates to, and this is, as far as I understand it, this section of Calder, it's not private and it's not public. It's more like a no man's land. So a private alley is actually, just let me finish. So a private alley, if I understand correctly, is actually owned by adjacent property owners. Their lot line goes to the middle of the alley and then they own part of that alley. Or maybe the lot line goes the whole way to the side of the other side and then they own that. If I understand, in this particular situation, the lot lines end before the alley starts. So essentially no one owns it. Is that correct?
I would say nobody's a deeded owner of it, meaning you're not going to see like meets and bounds descriptions on deeds that go to the center line of the alleyway. But this example is probably more common than the one that has deeded ownership, at least with older areas, and that the property lines go to the I guess just the edge of the alleyway. But like Dave said, what we probably, commonly as far as enforcement goes is, it's under the ownership, so to speak, of all of the property owners that are lot owners in that subdivision. So I wouldn't quite call it no man's land either. There's no deeded ownership of it, and there's no there's no private street agreement like we expect from newer subdivisions, what's being proposed in accordance with this land development plan. But it's sort of a gray area. It's not that there'd be nobody who would be responsible if there were an enforcement issue that we had to get involved in.
Okay, so that's where I'm going to go next. So in terms of this alley being the way it is, I'm going to just kind of roll out a couple of things and then we can address them. So first, do our police have authority to enforce signage and traffic violations in this area? I'll just roll through a couple and then we can go back. Does signage need to be shown on the plan to be enforceable? If that's not the reason why it can be enforced, what makes signage on this property enforceable? Do we need some special adjacent landowner permission to enforce things like a stop sign that we would want to have put at the end of Calder? Right now, it's done an issue for traffic moving through Calder. I'm 100% sure that it will be an issue when this development occurs. So can we put up stop signs at either end of Calder? Right now, there are none. If we can put them up, can we ask the developer to at least pay for the one that's at the Buckout Calder end? Further, in the State College Borough, Calder is public, so police can easily ticket and tow when there constantly are trucks blocking passage. Given that Calder is not public in Ferguson Township, I'm interested in how that will limit or not limit our regulatory and enforcement powers. If we have none, perhaps that alley should be converted into a driveway and all responsibility should be shifted to the landowner. So that's in a nutshell.
I mean, I don't know how you want us to address there was kind of a laundry list of questions.
A lot. Yeah.
I think generally, to speak in generalities, we can enforce traffic signage, stop signs and the like, particularly when they're at intersections of township roads. If it was internal to the private street, that's when you're back in the realm of civil, of a civil matter. There are motor vehicle code requirements, or there are other traffic code requirements that govern intersections of alleyways with, the intersecting streets and yield movements and things like that are enforceable even without signage. But mostly it would be, we would be able to enforce stop signs at the intersection of Calder and Butts or Buckout, because those are intersections with private streets. Parking, we wouldn't get involved in enforcement of. Other traffic violations or issues, depending on what they were, in all likelihood, unless they were a public health safety issue, we wouldn't get involved in either.
Okay, so if I understand, just to recap that, yes, we could as a township put in stop signs at those intersections. Yes, if we put those stop signs in, we could enforce them. But if, say, there was a moving violation between those two intersections in that Calder Alley, we could not do anything about that because that's not public.
Yeah, I mean,
if there was a truck blocking it, we could do something because then that's a health and safety thing. Or am I interpreting any of that right?
I think you're interpreting it right. It's too bad the chief's not on, because it's the patrol officer out there that day that's going to make the call. If he thinks it's an issue, hey, you gotta move because people that live on this alley can't get through and they don't have a way around. Probably in reality, if it was blocked for a short period of time, people could figure out a way to get around it. But that would probably be up to the officer on duty.
Yeah, it's hard to make blanket calls on particularly with moving violations. I mean, we can speak to historically what we've done with enforcement for other private streets, even in that same vicinity. And, largely issues of parking and things like that are not on public right of way or township owned right of way, we don't get involved in. I don't know that I don't know what kind of moving violation we would likely be asked to enforce in that stretch there. But, that could be a judgment call. It could be, something that we would pursue enforcement with, and then, see what the ultimate outcome was depending on the situation. But we could enforce stop signs that are installed at intersections with township streets.
Okay, and then would a special agreement with the developer of the adjacent property somehow enable more enforcement for us?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Moving on to just a few other questions, and then I'll open it up. I'm sure other board members have plenty of questions too. Where's the construction laydown yard going to be?
Not in Ferguson Township.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. One more question about the alley. Is it possible for Ferguson Township to put a no left turn sign, if we wanted to, not saying we do, at the Butts Calder intersection? So like coming from the new development, going to Butts Calder, could we theoretically legally put a no left turn sign?
So just in general, regulating traffic on a township road is the purview of the township, under recommendation from your township engineer. So you can regulate traffic as long as we're doing it legally on a township road. So if it's a safety issue and it makes sense that there's no left turn, then we could do a study. You would need to ordain it or resolve it, and then it would be legal.
Okay, thank you. What right will the property owner have to block traffic specifically on College Avenue as the building is being constructed? Is there some kind of special consideration that we can't ticket for blockages if the property is under construction?
I think probably it would be, similar to other construction that you see in the area, and they would need a highway occupancy permit from PennDOT for construction if they want to block a lane or, have an area to set a crane or, a staging area. So since we're talking about College Avenue, that would all be subject to permitting from PennDOT and their submission and approval of a traffic control plan during that time.
And when in the process would that have to occur so that we would know?
I don't know how often, Jenna, you make it a condition of approval that they have have the permit from PennDOT for land approval or not. But I mean, conceivably, it could be a condition of approval.
Okay. There's a big problem on Whitehall, in my opinion, with car dealers who behave like Whitehall and the nearby Cata bus stop are their business unloading area for their car semis. I have a concern that what we're going to find in front of this student housing building is going to be similar to what we see every single solitary day now downtown, specifically even at dangerous intersections, like in front of the Metropolitan, I believe it's called, at the corner of Atherton and College. What guarantees do we have that that kind of a situation is not going to occur, that we're not going to have food deliveries, lifts, students picking up other students, acting like this area on College Ave at a very dangerous, not intersection, but curve, is their own personal valet area? How can we be assured that that's not going to occur here? And if it's just that it's a PennDOT road, that's not going to fly because it's a PennDOT road down in State College Borough and it happens like all the time. So
our ordinance does not allow loading area along West College. So there will be signs posted along that whole stretch for no loading, which is enforceable by police. There is a loading area in the back along Calder Way, and that is built to Saldo requirements. In fact, the applicant doesn't even need to have that by the Terrace Streetscape Zoning District requirements. Loading area is only required if you are building 10,000 square feet or more of commercial space, and there are local. Yeah, so they heard those concerns. They and they are trying to meet some of those issues by adding that loading area in the back, having those additional signs along West College. And again, the signage loading on West College can be enforceable by police.
Okay. I thought there were balconies on the building, but it looks like those aren't balconies and that's the roof deck. Is that correct? Are there balconies or no balconies?
Yeah, this is Jeremy again, the architect. Previously there were some balconies that were facing West College. We removed those and replaced those with the glassed-in study rooms that were stacking.
Okay, great. That's a very, very wise choice. Thank you for doing that.
You're very welcome.
And then are they going to have 24/7 on-site management?
As required by our zoning ordinance, a full-time on-site manager is required for vertical mixed-use structures that contain more than 2 floors of residential units.
Great. Okay, and then my last question is, I saw that the State College Borough Arborist had said that the plantings were inappropriate for our area. That was a while ago though. Have they changed to be appropriate for our area? Are we like doing calorie pear or something in there?
I believe Lance had additional comments or concerns of the plantings.
Could we then just review that? I don't know. I didn't look into it. You know, I'll definitely go with what Lance says, but that kind of stuck out to me. All right, so that was my initial list. Thank you all for indulging me. Others? Steve.
Yeah, you hit all my questions but one. So I do have a question for Jeremy. As far as the access to the commercial, looking at the plan, it looks like there's no rear access to the commercial part of the building. So, but the loading dock is at the rear. So is there any way to get into the back of the commercial facilities there?
No, it's a great question, Steve. And Danielle, I don't know if you could pull up that exhibit. I don't know if we're able to do that right now, but oh, there we go. Okay, great. Yeah, to your point, Steve, there right now, because those are it's an open, cold dark shell for the commercial as it sits. There very well could be an opportunity for maybe a door or two, but because it's typically a liner commercial, the shallow nature of that, there is an opportunity where the cursor is there for loading to come straight through the deck, come right through there, and then come out and access it on the front side along West College.
Okay, but the entrance would be the front then if you're coming in.
It would be. It would be.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Steve, others? Believe it or not, I have more. Okay, Patty, yes, go ahead.
I watched the presentation you did with the planning committee and appreciated all the questions they had too, but I just wanted to sort of echo something I heard in there, and that was about the number of spaces for electric vehicles. And I remember when you addressed the planning commission, you had sort of indicated that you were really targeting the engineering crowd, because that whole part of campus is going to be the engineering. And somehow I just think it would be compatible to have more, because that crowd might be more interested in electric vehicles and that sort of thing. And the other thing, I wanted to tie it into the discussion you heard us having earlier about the lights. What sort of lights are you planning? Because I'd be very curious to see what sort of outdoor lights along College Avenue that you were thinking about putting in.
They are the decorative lights that are specified for this district. I would say they would be similar to the ones in Pine Grove Mills. Would that be correct, Jenna and Dave?
Yeah, typically it's the same fixture that we use on Old Gatesburg Road and Havershire. That's the standard. They're 12-foot poles, not 10-foot poles, so you got a little bit more height. I think what you might want to consider or have some discussion about is just whether or not we're going to put, what Kelvin bulb we're going to have in there, John. So let's make sure we get that resolved before we finalize it.
Thanks, Dave. I appreciate that. I think
I don't know, John, do you or Jenna, do you have light standards that you have to meet along the sidewalk for lumens, or are they more ornamental like we have in other areas?
For the design guidelines for this district, I'd imagine it's more focuses on the ornamental aspects of it. Lumens, I would assume that we would go with our lighting ordinance.
Hey, what do we have installed at the Coral Street intersection there? Those ornamentals, are they 3,000? They're 4,000.
So
Those
yeah,
are the 12-foot standards.
if they're just ornamental, we have more flexibility. But if we're really needing to meet an ordinance requirement for lumens, then sometimes that forces you up a little bit.
Thank you for bringing.
I was going to answer the electric cars. I'm sorry. We will, okay, if there's demand, Patricia, to add more spaces for electric if need be. That's something we can look into.
Thanks, and thanks, Dave, for bringing up the lights. I've been saying to Lisa, based on some of the things that the board has discussed, that I really would like to take a look at our lighting ordinance. I think it's pretty outdated and could use some tender loving care.
Yeah.
And thanks, Patty, for that question. I have questions about lights. I'd also wanted to say that, you know, this is the TSD and it's walkable and close to campus and it's bikeable, but I think I saw you only have like 15 bike rack, 15 storage for 15 bikes. Is that something like that? If so, like you could probably quadruple at least that and they would be filled. Like bikes are well used in our town. We want to encourage that. We want to discourage cars, and really bike storage that's covered is really important for people that use bikes, and it seems like it's somewhat lacking. I have a question about the stormwater, underground stormwater facility. So if I recollect correctly, the variance was granted for the parking because there was a river of gasoline or something that was flowing under the site. Can Dave Modricker perhaps address how this stormwater facility is going in underground, but the parking couldn't when there's gasoline contamination there?
I can speak in generalities, but I do know that there was a cleanup that was done, and there were a series of monitoring wells installed within PennDOT's right-of-way, private property, and township property because of a past tank leak over at the Nittany, what was the Nittany Oil, the Minute Mart, whatever the name is. I don't know I did see maps of what a contaminant plume, looked like years and years ago. It's regulated by DEP. I'm not familiar with your statement about, the garage or how deep, they could go. And I don't know really the depth to groundwater compared to where they've got their underground storage set up. So maybe John might be able to help answer some of those.
Yeah, the underground stormwater detention is, for example, it's a 4-foot diameter pipe, so it might be 6 foot deep as compared to the contaminated soil, which was quite a bit deeper than that.
Okay, do you know how much deeper the contaminated soil was?
I don't know that right now.
Then my question on lighting, I had heard the Planning Commission discussion too, and they were recommending, I don't know, I think it's in the space between Nittany Property Management and what will be your building. I was not clear on that, but I think they were like recommending that be gated and lit. Is that the space they were talking about?
That's
Okay.
my understanding, either gated or lit. And I believe that the applicant has spoken with that adjacent property owner about that issue.
Right. So I think I understand the Planning Commission's concern, but I think that gating that space, it seems contradictory to pedestrian flow. So I don't actually support that recommendation, although I, again, understand why they would have recommended it. And I also am a dark sky kind of person, and the research has shown that lighting does not necessarily mean safety. It's definitely a myth that we think that. However, I understand the desire to have lighting there, but I would request, as Prasenjit has mentioned, that is probably a good location that you could have motion detection lighting. And for any female that's walked alone at night, you know that when a light is lit all the time, it casts shadows and people can see those shadows, map those shadows, and hide in those shadows. If you have a light that comes on and goes off as people go through, it doesn't afford for that opportunity as much, and any kind of motion sets that off and you can be more aware of your surroundings. So if our ordinance will allow it, I would appreciate that they might consider in that location motion detection lighting. And I noticed, I think it was in the Planning Commission materials that we have some sort of dusk to dawn requirement in our lighting ordinance. If there's any place that this developer would like to see that removed, and we can do that by a modification, I would encourage them to apply to us for a modification, because dusk to dawn lighting is kind of really contrary to dark skies, and it really takes a lot of control, at least in single family residences, out of that homeowner to control for their lighting bill and their own comfort level. So if there's any place where they didn't want to put dusk to dawn lighting in, please do consult us if we can offer a modification. Anything else? Lisa?
My very, very long list has been dwindled down too. So I think everybody asked questions that I had to, so that's great. I wanted to ask, the designated parking or unloading and loading spot in the back of the building, is that supposed to be used by Uber and ride shares, or is there a different designated area for that? Are they just going into the parking deck, or what's the plan for them?
It could be used by Uber ride shares. You know, given the limited amount of commercial area, as Jenna said, we're not even required to have a loading zone. I don't foresee that loading area being occupied for long periods of time. So that would be an ideal space for Ubers and Lyfts to use when it's not being used for a loading zone.
Is that one space there?
It's a 12-foot by 45-foot space.
Okay.
Parking stalls usually 9 by 18.
So I think just to, so that the point is significantly conveyed, I'm really concerned about loading and unloading on West College Avenue. I understand that this space is being provided behind there, but you know, if you've been at the other end of West College at Atherton and have seen the constant presence of a truck in front of the Metropolitan, and I don't, maybe that's a loading zone there, and it seems like there probably isn't a more convenient place for them to stop, but trucks are going to stop where it's convenient, and I feel like this is creating a problem. So, and I haven't been reassured fully yet that we're not creating a problem here with that. It's increased so significantly, and it was already a problem with personal vehicles stopping on West College. Since that building went up, it's just increased so much. So that's that. To talk about the lighting for a minute, another place that I was thinking we needed some more, there will be a brewery across the street, across Butt Street. So a brewery, brew pub, restaurant type of business. So I would anticipate a lot of car and pedestrian nighttime traffic there coming from the apartment buildings. I know you haven't proposed any lighting on that side of the building. So does the sidewalk behind the building, is that going to continue behind the Nittany rental office to Butt Street?
No, it will not.
Okay, I have a concern about that flow of traffic. So there is a sidewalk on that side of, but on the apartment building side of Butt Street along Nittany property management, I believe. So you're gonna have a disconnect there. So I'm concerned about that. To go back to alleys for a minute, I think we addressed the current width and a lot of those issues. So I'm wondering who currently maintains that alley? Who plows it?
I don't know.
Not the township.
Not the township is my standard answer for that, yeah.
Okay, so the township does not plow this. And so I'm wondering if there's no deeded ownership, how can someone make changes to the alley?
That's a good question for a solicitor.
Yeah, can you put some context on that? I'm just changes to the alley as far as improvements to it or repairs?
Or paving, they'll probably draw lane lines on it.
Yeah, well, without deeded ownership or a private street agreement, it would come down to a discussion amongst the property owners. So if I were a property owner that kind of abutted that alleyway and I wanted to improve my area of it, that would just be up to me and the other parties to that subdivision, property owners in that subdivision, to work through that civilly.
Okay, so what's that plan? And maybe that's.
As I understand the way what the developments proposed would be for the developer, the project or the applicant in this case, to assume all responsibilities for improvements and maintenance of that private street. Is that, am I right about that?
Last I heard.
Okay.
That's correct.
The whole way to Butts?
That would simplify it.
The whole way.
So they would be assuming it from the other property owners who share what was termed the use and enjoyment of the alley. Okay, so has there been any communication that the township has been aware of with any of those adjoining property owners?
Can I share a screen?
Yeah.
I think the answer's
well, why don't, I think if Mr. Strickland has a question about the private street agreement, that's probably better. I don't know if somebody from one of the applicant representatives wants to address that specifically.
All right, this is the neighborhood we're talking about, just so you can see the extent of it. That's the subdivision plan that created the alley. So we've not had discussions with that neighborhood about that piece of alley.
So I assume that the developer has. Maybe they can respond to that.
This is David. I'm not sure how much outreach we've had, but we certainly will follow through with them to ensure that, they're familiar with what the town allows us to do is on an approved plan by ordinance. And to the point, we are certainly willing to contribute all the expense for upgrading it and maintaining it and work with them.
In perpetuity? Sorry, you had to be there.
Typically, we don't hear objections when people want to make improvements to private alleys.
Especially that one. What a mess.
Mm-hmm. So, but I do think it's important that they're notified.
So, a big, all that detail, particularly with respect to the maintenance of the private street, I think there's relevance in the preliminary plan review, but certainly in the final plan review, it would be an expectation via condition of approval that those details be, resolved prior to final plan approval and recording.
And are you talking about just the two adjoiners or two or three adjoiners when you talk about the other people? Is that really what you mean?
Yeah, and exactly. And then I think that whatever happens here is what will happen at the next block whenever that's improved. That whoever the developer is over there, if they're making some improvements, we'd have kind of a standard of notifying adjoining properties and who takes responsibility for the alley. So I think it's good to set up these steps now in this first section of the alley.
Yep.
So I'll leave that there. And then I guess to finish up with the alley. So the comments from the fire chief in the State College Borough portion, he was concerned about traffic enforcement in the alley. So I know the one edge is Borough, and they're able to enforce stopping and that kind of thing at that end. So was that satisfactorily answered for everybody? I know Laura had kind of brought this up before. I'm not clear that I got a full answer on that responded to the fire chief's concerns. That, yeah, I'm sure everyone saw his comments in the agenda packet. So I think that just needs to be more fully explored, and to make sure that I'm not fully comfortable that we have a good answer for him right now. And so I would want to be fully comfortable.
I agree. I also feel not satisfied with the kind of murky nature of the answer.
Yeah. So then to talk about that end of Buckout. So this is going to be a two-way street. For people who drive that tiny section of Buckout a lot, as I do, it's really tricky right there. A lot of people aren't familiar with it, so they don't know what everyone's trying to do. If you're coming from the downtown direction going toward Ferguson Township and you turn onto Buckout Street, if you need to go into the Holmes Foster neighborhood, then you immediately have to get into the right-hand lane to cross over Beaver and go up toward Holmes Foster. So it's a little bit of a active area there when there's traffic. And so flooding more incoming cars at Calder Way seems, like that could just exacerbate that problem, because that's kind of exactly where people need to get over if they don't want to turn onto Beaver. So, I'm sure that was looked at in the traffic study. I don't see how that will not be a problem. And then giving the increased pedestrian traffic there too. So just another thing I was not totally reassured about. I guess I had expected, thinking about this, that traffic would be routed from Buckout onto Calder Way, and the alley would be one way exiting onto Butt Street. That seems a lot more logical to me. So, I don't know if anyone wants to speak to why a one-way alley wasn't considered.
Also, I'd like to know for sure if that pattern you're talking about was included in the traffic impact study, because they talked about intersections and they didn't talk about that flow coming from College. So it may be included, but I'd like an assurance that it was.
Yes, this is Doug Hill. And I apologize for leaving that out. That's a good question. We did look at the movement from College. So you make a left onto Buckout and then merge over one lane to turn right onto Calder Way. We did what's called a gap study there to identify gaps in traffic in that eastbound right flow that could be utilized for movements that are making that maneuver that you're speaking of. And it was identified that there were more than adequate gaps to accommodate what's projected for making that movement. And that's all in the impact study.
And is that just looking at cars turning onto Calder Way, or cars that are just trying to get into that right-hand lane and continue on past Calder Way?
It's looking at cars turning onto Calder Way. The cars that are already making that maneuver that you're speaking of, they're essentially included in the analysis as is, because they're already doing it.
Right. Okay. Okay, I had a lot more about the pedestrian crossings, but I think we've touched on all those things. Crossing the street for the opposite direction bus on College Avenue is a big problem. We've got a situation like that on Blue Course Drive at State College Park, Park Apartments. Okay, yeah, so just a constant stream of people trying to get across that road to get to the bus stop on the opposite side. So that is not ideal. I don't think that's workable to have people crossing right there. I was wondering how many additional parking spaces were provided for the incentive that was given.
I believe originally it was 7, John, and then I don't know what happened.
7 for 20 feet of building height.
Unfortunately, our terrace streetscape ordinance does not specify how many
I saw that.
parking spaces need to be shared. So they literally could have built 1 and they would get 20 feet.
Right, but since we're dealing with good people here, maybe they want to give some more. Yeah, that's a real problem in our ordinance. And definitely Lisa and I have also been talking about how we backburnered that because we weren't going to hire a consultant because of COVID, et cetera. But there are some loopholes that need to be closed on that.
Yeah.
Big time.
I mean, that's a real,
it's a travesty.
So it's 7 right now, or you think it's less?
I think originally it was 7, but some parking spaces had to be taken out for the loading area.
No,
that is
criminal right
that is
there.
absolutely not what the intention was, and
no.
Not really.
That's terrible.
And my next comment would actually reduce parking, because I'm wondering why you didn't look at including slanted parking. That straight on parking in garages is just awful. And so just looking at that gives me tension thinking about trying to pull into those spots. But I'm from the Planning Commission discussion, it sounds like it was all just numbers, trying to fit in as many spaces in as possible. Is this what you use in your other developments, this straight on parking?
We do. Most students do not, with pedestrian infill like this, most students choose to live here because they don't have a car. There's access to public transportation, and they can walk to the engineering school, and they can bike downtown. So that is typical what we utilize in infill environments.
Okay. And so I guess I'd just comment too, like that was a really low number of bike parking spaces. I would definitely look for a space to increase that. And
again, another requirement of our ordinance.
We need to get that on the agenda like immediately. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Not the whole thing, but these loopholes.
Drafted,
yeah.
It'll be coming up, unfortunately, a little late for this.
Yeah.
A little late, but okay, so slanted parking is a no-go, more bike parking. And then the last thing I want to ask about is it said in the diagram that the leasing component is on the State College side.
Most of it.
So is that because our ordinance doesn't allow it on the first floor?
Correct. We don't see leasing as a retail operation. And we
right.
Retail on the first floor. So
right.
That's been moved to the State College Borough side.
So that is all on the State College Borough side. Oh, that was not my last item, actually. I hadn't noticed the outdoor patio before. I have concerns about the noise from there and that impact on the neighborhood. So yeah, I don't see that as a good addition. Maybe that was in before and I hadn't noticed it, but
there will be controlled access on those amenity areas, so they will not be used for 24 hours. People won't be able to go out there at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, that is better. 2 o'clock would be bad, so maybe like an 11 p.m. cutoff. Mm-hmm. Is that what you're thinking?
That sounds fair. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so I think that was about all I had. I really appreciate being able to see this at this point, because there obviously was so much to talk about. So this was really helpful.
Lisa, I also wanted to you and Laura were talking about this stopping on College Avenue and sort of equating it to the Met. And the only thing I would say that maybe is a little different here is that there is going to be a bus stop. And in general, I don't know of a single truck driver or anybody who stops in a bus stop.
They do at the car dealer. That's where they unload their cars. But
that's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
Which
I have a question about the additional parking that's gotten them the 20 feet of height, the 7 or less parking spaces. How are they going to be demarcated and enforced in terms of others? And does that other include the commercial in the building, or is it actually others off-site? And how would that be enforced?
Others, as in not required with the proposed development. So those parking spaces cannot be for residents, cannot be for the commercial space requirements. They are building beyond what our ordinance requires for those uses.
Okay, so in this parking scenario, I'm assuming that there's going to be parking permits for residents, and then there's going to be like visitor spaces for the commercial. And then there'll be other spaces that are for other. Is that a correct assumption?
Anyone? Signage, we would have signage for those, correct? Was required by ordinance.
And would it just say public parking, or what would the signage, how would folks know that they could park there? Because we're pretty shell shocked from towing companies here in State College, and we don't park where we're not allowed. So just wondering like how they would be marked to let people know.
I have not actually looked at the signage for the parking deck.
Okay, you don't have to do it right now if you can follow up.
Yeah.
And then I know we talked about things that are required before the final plan, and I don't know legally if we are permitted to require these things for the preliminary plan, but we as a township really have no power. Once the preliminary plan is passed, the final plan is kind of like a rubber stamp. So I'd really love to see anything that needs to be lined up that requires permission from other landowners, like any kind of agreements. If that could happen before the preliminary plan comes to us, that would be fantastico. And then I did want to ask about what, after Lisa was talking about the traffic flow, I really got to thinking about the placement of the crosswalk. And there is simply no good place for a crosswalk, but I'm wondering why it was determined that that location was better than the College Ave crossing where the actual bus stop is, and we know people will actually be crossing. I know John Sepp said it might be moved, but that's still a might. And it seems like, maybe I'm wrong, I'm not a traffic expert, but it seems like crossing on a straightaway is better than on a curve where you've got car movements crossing lanes. So I was wondering if anybody can speak to like what that decision-making process was.
Doug, I think you addressed this on the Planning Commission.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was muted. So the crosswalk that exists at College and Buckout Street is actually, the way I equated it in the Planning Commission meetings was it's almost like a pedestrian crossing maneuver at a roundabout intersection, where you're looking in one direction to cross one lane of traffic, and then you get to a splitter island, and then you're looking at another lane of traffic to cross the second leg. That's actually not a bad maneuver to make. And as I said earlier, that the crosswalk currently exists there. A crosswalk where the bus stop is on the opposite side of the street would require a mid-block crossing on College Avenue. And generally speaking, we'd like to see the crosswalks occur at an intersection where they're expected. in lieu of making them mid-block.
Okay. I don't necessarily consider that curve an intersection per se, but I hear what you're saying. So what you're saying though is that that little sliver of cement there, that's part of the crossing strategy?
Correct.
So I thought maybe Dave Modricker can speak to this. Don't we have any kind of standards for safety in terms of like if an island is going to be used for pedestrians, don't you have to have some kind of material between the pedestrians standing there in a clump and the cars that are coming?
I mean, there's good practices, but I don't know that there's any required standard.
Could we look at what those good practices are and put that forward to the developer and see if we can implement those good practices?
Well, the good practices would be, 8-inch vertical curb, signage, as long a taper as you can get and good visibility. But, even that, it's really not a barrier, so to speak. But it is, I agree with what Doug said that, the shortest distance that you can cross before getting some refuge is usually your safest bet. But I would add your concern about the bus stop is valid. And our experience shows us that regardless of where the crossings are, wherever the streetlights are, it doesn't matter wherever that bus lets off. Typically, students are going to make a straight line from there to their destination, and they're not going to walk back, 50 or 100 feet to cross at a quote safer location.
Right.
I was just going to say the same thing. As somebody that walks along there a lot, that's where people are going to cross the street, and it doesn't matter unless you put a fence that prevents them from crossing it. That's where it's going to be, and even if there is, they'll climb it. So,
So if we can get the bus drop off and a pedestrian crossing as close together as possible, that's our best chance at people actually using a crosswalk. Now, without the bus, there's still, the walkers, so I think there's merit to that, Buckout crossing even without the bus stop. I'd love to see, I'm not sure, sometimes it's just a phone call to CATA and describing the issues. And I mean, we've done that before and they've accommodated bus stop movement. So I haven't been involved in it, but I don't know if Jenna, if anybody's had those. Maybe John mentioned that CATA may be willing to do that.
Yeah, CATA's open to adjusting these stops on, I guess, westbound on College for this project. So
okay, good. Good. Okay, anything else? All right, looks like we have run out of questions. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you all. We appreciate you very much. We'll certainly take these all under advisement and hopefully get some good feedback and input to the design and the plan.
Thank you.
I'll leave you all on as panelists so you can maybe address any questions for the next agenda item.
Right, so definitely.
There was a hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Whose hand was up? I'm sorry.
You can bring one of the attendees on if you're taking public comment.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, but probably between this and the next item, I know we'd like to get through that, but I think I'm gonna have to take a bit of a break, just a brief one. Sorry. Go ahead, let's take public comment.
Hello, I'm James Grafe. I live on Fairmount Avenue in the borough, and I'm in support of this development, especially because it could catalyze more development along College Avenue. But there are a few things that could make it better. We've talked about increasing bike usage and decreasing car use tonight. Reducing parking requirements would help this and other developments do that while decreasing housing costs. If 3 levels of parking weren't required, not only would the developers and therefore future renters not need to pay for excavating a basement and adding a floor, the full first floor could be more easily rented as retail space. Students will use the parking in the building if it's available, but those additional cars will only increase congestion and emissions and reduce safety. If less parking was built, some students would carpool to get to State College, and others would park in the lot at Penn State, which has inexpensive long-term student parking. And those people might ride transit because their car is farther away from where they live. The developers have said that most students don't have cars already. I've heard that if we reduce parking in new developments, neighborhood streets will be filled with parked student cars. But as a student for 4 years and now living near downtown, I have never once seen or heard of a student using neighborhood streets to park their car long-term. I'd encourage you to ask yourself if you've seen any student vehicles parked long-term and weigh those occurrences with the alternative, up to a 40% savings in building costs, therefore savings in rent without parking. Secondly, at the Planning Commission meeting about this development, commission members worried about the inconvenience to traffic of increased use of the nearby bus stops, and they proposed bus pull-offs, which would slow buses by making them have to merge back into traffic once they pick up or drop off people. We've also talked tonight about the safety of residents using a bus stop to cross the street, but the proposed solution has been moving the bus stop farther from the new development. After constructing a dense, walkable student development directly next to a transit stop, why would we slow the buses and move the stop away? Instead, I think Ferguson Township should implement the planned road diet on College Avenue from 3 lanes to 2, with parallel parking to slow cars and add a loading space for Ubers and Lyfts right in the front where they could actually, where it's likely that they'll park anyways to pick up people. The borough should decrease the turn radius from College to Buckout to reduce speeds, because that's almost a highway interchange-like curve, and increase visibility. And we should add a mid-block crossing, as we were talking about, near the bus stop, or at least a crosswalk on all 4 sides of the College Buckout intersection, as Ms. Donini said. This is the most important change because students will cross College Avenue in front of the apartment entrance, which is right at that corner. And the crossing should already exist because it's an intersection, and it makes sense for crossings at all 4 corners of any intersection pretty much. And it's a better, more visible location, as was already discussed. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Very interesting and innovative suggestions. Do we have any other public comment? All right. Do board members mind if we take a quick 5-minute break? I know it's getting late, but okay, great. Thank you. All right. I've got 10:47. I'll see you back in 5. Thanks.
I wanted to say I really appreciated those last comments on the TSD and how we can make changes. So commenter, I hope you come back when we open that district back up. There's a lot of constraints because it's a PennDOT road at 26, but you know, I think we need some creative thinking. So I liked that.
Definitely. Okay.
Yeah, there was a study done that that shows that layout that was discussed. It's just not been implemented.
Okay. I think Patty is back. Is Prasenjit back? Not yet. There's Steve. I think I'd like to get started given how late it is, 47, 48 for 9:50. Yeah, and we're past the 5-minute mark. So yes, counting on my fingers, it's late. All right, so let's move on to the request for modification, West College Avenue Student Housing Land Development Plan.
So I'm going to ask Jenna to introduce that one as well. Before I do, this is one of those components that is an action item for tonight. So prior to the board's consideration of the preliminary land development plan, which is, as I said earlier, tentatively scheduled for March 15th, there would have to be either an approval or denial of the request for modification presented tonight. If the board denies the modification request, then the applicant would have to revise their preliminary land development plan. If it's approved this evening, then it would move forward as is currently presented. So Jenna, if you want to give a quick review.
Thank you. Included in the agenda is a copy of the application for modification submitted by Pentair Engineering. The modification is requesting relief from 22502 5I3B, and this essentially requires that the applicant design all entrance drives serving more than 4 dwelling units to conform to the design, service, and access standards established in the chapter for streets based on expected ADT, which essentially means that the entrances to the parking deck would have to be designed at 26 feet wide. The proposed entrances to the parking deck are designed to meet township parking lot design criteria. The applicant believes that the access provided 24 feet wide is adequate to provide safe access to the building. Planning Commission reviewed this application during the February 8th meeting and recommended approval of the request. Township staff has reviewed the request and recommends that the board approve the modification.
Thank you, Jenna. All right, open board discussion. Any questions, comments, concerns? All right, I just have one item. So this entrance, they're asking for it to be 24, not 26 feet wide, right?
Correct.
Okay, but then the ramp that's connected to it is 20.4, 20 feet and 4 inches wide.
Yes.
Not 24. Okay. Okay, so just referring back to that question, let's get that opinion from Walt on whether that should actually be 24 feet wide to be consistent with what the proposed opening is. All right, if there's no other questions or comments, let's see, I'll take a motion.
I'll move that the Board of Supervisors approve the request for modification for the West College Avenue Student Housing Land Development Plan.
Prasenjit, second.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. I'm going to remove some of you from panelist mode. So if you drop off, that's why.
Sounds good. All right. Next, we'll move on to the authorization of a public hearing on amendment to the 2021 Ferguson Township annual operating budget.
Thank you. So provided with your agenda this evening is a resolution draft. And actually, I'm sorry, I got hung up in my production duties. I have to get back over to my agenda. I'm going to ask Eric Anderson, Finance Director, to talk specifically about what's included in the proposed budget amendment. But this evening, the board's being asked to authorize the amendment, the advertisement of a resolution which would amend the 2021 annual operating budget. This is a common exercise that we go through each fiscal year, and as is reflected in the narrative, is a consequence almost of zero-based budgeting, which requires the township to the Board of Supervisors to reauthorize budgetary expenditures year to year. So it's common that, you know, because we maybe didn't predict with 100% accuracy what the spillover costs are going to be for projects that transcend fiscal years, go from one fiscal year into the next, we have this process in place where the increase in allocation may jeopardize the total authorized expenditures within the fund. So we usually don't worry about smaller expenditures if they're not budgeted or if the carryover isn't budgeted appropriately. The large scale ones we want to capture in the budget amendment. So with that, I'll turn it over to Eric and you can talk about the couple of specifics and maybe fill in any of the blanks I might have missed.
Sure. Thanks, Dave. There's really two items. One is the Westgate Gatesburg Road microsurfacing that was in the CIP that didn't get carried into the budget. That's $175,000. And another item, the cure in place pipelining, which is actually $73,000 is the most current estimate. That would also needed to be added to the TIF fund. So both of these are TIF fund items. They, if you add them together, equate to about 1% of the total budget. And they were at the request of Public Works.
Okay, thank you. Any conversation, questions, comments, concerns? All right, if seeing none, I'll take a motion.
So I move that the Board of Supervisors authorize, sorry, I'm reading the wrong thing. Yeah, I'm lost, somebody else.
Okay, this is Steve. I'll move the Board of Supervisors authorize advertisement of a public hearing on a resolution adopting the amendment to the 2021 Ferguson Township annual operating budget for Monday, March 15th.
Yeah, second.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion passes unanimously. And next we'll move on to the Board of Supervisors request for the Financial Advisory Committee.
This was a request
this,
from Ms. Strickland, yeah, so.
Yep. Lisa, you have the floor.
Thank you. And I'll share it with Prasenjit. So we both brought this forward quite a while ago. So I really appreciate everyone having this discussion and giving us a chance to share kind of our thoughts and our idea on this. So I'm going to try to cut it down a little bit from what I had ready to share, given that it's already 11. So, but I did want to just kind of give some background on where this idea came from and our original thoughts. So when Prasenjit and I first met, I think our first discussion, we were talking about just some of the complexities, the complicated nature of the budgeting and the CIP, the choices we'd be given. as supervisors. I was already in my position and Percentage was about to be sworn in. And so we were just kind of, talking through some of those challenges we knew we'd have, and just kind of brainstorming, what would make things, what would be helpful to us, in these roles, and just really took it from there. So, so to put that out there, when we're having this discussion, this idea didn't come as a reaction to any particular initiatives or projects. This really was something we had discussed independently, and it really was much more broad than any particular thing. So I just want us to be able to frame the discussion in that lens. So, we had generally talked about just our interest in having some additional perspectives and expertise to inform us as elected officials who will ultimately have responsibility for policy decisions and approving the budget, to just help us understand better things that are not necessarily our normal wheelhouse. So that's kind of where we kicked it off. So as we moved forward, we developed an idea where this advisory group would have kind of a threefold purpose. So one would be education, also public participation, and then recommendation. And again, I just want to couch everything in this is our idea. This is all in draft form. We wanted to bring it to you to discuss and back and forth. And so nothing, I'm saying it as if it's set in stone, but it absolutely is not. We just wanted to really give everyone a clear picture of what we were thinking about. So for that education portion, kind of like I mentioned, we'd be looking at committee membership that would include specialists in some of our bigger cost centers, public works, public safety, that kind of thing. And then people who have experience and expertise in finance, so accounting, long-range financial planning, capital project funding, debt, those kinds of things that we, make big significant decisions on and could use, broad input and perspective. So let's see, skimming. A couple of things that I would likely prioritize, and I'll let Percenji please jump in here whenever you want. A couple of things I was thinking to prioritize with this element of it are having this body look at our strategic plan against our budgets and our actual spending to see if where we are spending money is lining up with our goals as a township, as a body. So I think, that could be a longer term project. It could be something that's ongoing, but I think it's important for all of us to be reflecting back on our spending and our stated goals. And then another item I thought that would be interesting and helpful would be to explore detailed reviews of proposed versus actual spending so that we have an idea when we're in the capital improvement plan process and in the budgeting process, what budgeted numbers and actual numbers are looking like, how in history those have differed, and what we can expect. I know I found that challenging in my first CIP project to understand, okay, this, not to understand, but to contextualize how different those sets of numbers can be and how we could benefit from seeing where overages or underestimations may be more prevalent, what types of projects get carried over from year to the next year, and that kind of thing. Percentage, do you want to add anything before I go on?
No, that's great. And yeah, so I think one of the things we want, it's essentially getting more civic participation and getting people's ideas as recommendations are just another thing to think about and getting it to the Board of Supervisors. Because oftentimes with the budget time, not very comfortable with the pros and cons of taking some of these policy decisions. So this would be just a way of getting some more input from people who would be deliberating on specific things. I mean, we do get citizens' inputs, as you have seen in the stormwater fee and so on, but it's basically people coming and voicing their opinions. But in this case, it would be several people who would spend at least some time looking at it more systematically than just from their own perspective. So that's, I think, the idea.
And I'll just add in on that participation part, one of the reasons it'd be helpful to have a formal structure of a group like this, as opposed to maybe residents just coming in and commenting as they always can and participate, would be to allow us to really go out and recruit folks that we think would be helpful in this process. So, people with different backgrounds and levels of expertise in all those different areas we talked about, and then giving them the organizational resources that could help them be structured, regular meeting organization, planned committee meetings, and reports that would be consistent and that kind of thing. So, so that would be the reason for if you were looking at, well, people can come in and comment all the time, but to have a consistent expectation to be able to recruit, those people that we think would be helpful and to give them those resources that we think they might need. And then I'll just touch on the last element we were looking at, would be to have this group be exposed to, long-term looking at our audits, the budgets, going through the CIP process with us, and being able to come to us with recommendations when we go into those public hearings and discussion times, and presenting pros and cons. Also just on individual items, so not even just in those big twice a year times, but in different initiatives that we're asked to look at throughout the year. And also I'll add something Prasenjit had added on too. If there was an interest by a board member, say, there was something that they were interested in taking on, being able to have this sounding board to go to help evaluate some of the cost benefits, different kinds of things. I'll finish up here just reiterating that the body we were considering, a financial engagement group, whatever, would be advisory only, of course. The board would retain authority over policy and spending decisions. So I would, say, you look at the Planning Commission. They are engaged. They always are providing recommendations and their thoughts. They're not always happy if the board doesn't take those recommendations, but that is the nature of an advisory board. So, it's something to consider that if, we had this body, they'd be presenting, recommendations and pros and cons, but they would be advisory. They wouldn't be given any authority. I wouldn't ever suggest that. So, and likewise would not be creating a budget or in that way, overstepping into staff's dedicated responsibilities in that area. So that was all I had. I want to let Prasenjit add in anything he'd like to. And
No, I think, yeah, I think, so we will have a clear separation of what the staff does. And so this committee, the way I see it, would come with more broad brush picture of, okay, if we want to do this in this category, this is what, we can be spending. And if that, then, you don't fix your roads, then such and such happens. And I think we do get that information from the staff. So where we are getting that, and it's clear cut, then it's not going into more of the facts, but it's going into more of comparing different policies and making some recommendations.
Okay.
Who are you proposing as the staff, like, I guess, the person who would, the staff member who would work with this group?
Right. So I think like I said, I tried to cut it down so that we're not, using up too much time. So I apologize if I skipped over too much stuff, but we, obviously would look to Eric to contribute to this discussion, maybe some trees for, some other elements of it. And I also had written in there, I think it would be appropriate to reach out to COG, and CRPA. Maybe there's a lot of training out there that you can do online or register for and different things. So I think just amassing that and getting it to these folks through those other resources we already have would be helpful. But I would think that Eric would probably facilitate some of those resources, maybe the printed materials or links that they would need, and then some organizational help.
So just to be clear, the way that the staff representation is set forth in the Home Rule Charter for authorities, boards, and commissions is it's up to the manager to delegate if he or she desires staff representation. So I would say that, I would avoid getting prescriptive in ordinance or regulations as far as who the staff liaison is, if there is to be one. Depending on what the charge and scope of the committee is, that would be something that I would decide based on availability of resources and what I thought would best serve the needs of the group.
Yeah, and I'm very comfortable with that personally. And if I may, one of the things, I don't know if this is doable, but one of the things I would like this committee to do would be to look at the COG budgets and things at least that affect us and recommend things to us. Look at it maybe more proactively rather than in a short period of time, and recommend things to us for longer terms, things that we need to think about and so on. If that is allowed in the charter, then yeah, I would like to get that advice too.
I'll just defer to Dave B on a lot of that. He's my boss. I have to follow him.
Any other board comments, discussion? Steve? Patty? Steve?
Yeah, I did have a couple comments. I guess I'm not real clear where the role of this committee would come in, given that, we get a budget every year at the beginning of November, and we have to vote on it by the middle of December. And that is established in the Home Rule Charter, that's the timing. As a matter of fact, it says we have to receive the budget by November 16th, I believe it is, because it's 45 days before the end of the year. We have to receive the budget, and we have to vote on it by December 31st. So, if we're going to have a committee review it, they have to fit it within that time of, Dave generally gets it to us earlier than the 16th, but if you get it the first meeting in November, then we had our special meetings. We had, 3 special meetings this year to discuss it, or last year, and then 2 meetings, your regular meetings where we discussed it. And I don't know how a committee fits into that schedule. If we're going, beyond that and having them make recommendations prior to Dave submitting the budget, I think that gets outside of our home rule charter completely and ends up the board appointing a committee to advise staff, which on this particular issue, we don't have the authority to do. The other thing I would say is that, I know Lisa acknowledged that we have an opportunity for people to comment, and this would just sort of expand that and set up a formal way to do it. But we had 3 meetings this year. Prior to those, at public meetings where we had over 100 people in attendance, I, as chair, invited people to join us for this budget discussion. And we had 1 citizen who spent a substantial amount of that time with us in the meetings. And I would say that that was a significant increase over previous years. So I'm not seeing an interest in people getting involved in it. And yes, we can go out and recruit people, but I'm not sure that given the time structure of our budget process, that it really, we're going to find that many people that are going to be interested in that sort of concentrated look at things. And I'm not sure how much value it would give us. So that's my thought right off. I think if we do want to do it, I would like to get an opinion from the solicitor about how any committee would fit into the home rule charter before we actually had staff draft an ordinance. I think we'll probably have more discussion between now and any time the staff will be discussing or drafting an ordinance. But I do think we need to have a legal opinion on how it fits into our home rule charter. That's basically all I have on it at this point.
Steve? I agree with what you said, Steve. But I actually really like the idea of people and of people in the community wanting to help us out, and because I admit I'm not an expert in many of the things, but I do worry about the time commitment and people's, when I read your thing, Lisa, you had said initially the first year meeting every month, and I just didn't know that people might really be interested. And I know after the stormwater fee, we even had some people write to us and say that they would be interested in serving on this committee. I don't know if there's a way to sort of make it ad hoc, if in fact it's something we can do just to see how it goes. But I sort of struggle with the difference between input and recommendations. And I just want it to be clear that it is more, I don't know. So yeah, that's my struggle is helping people understand that the difference between input and recommendations, and ultimately where the responsibility lies in decision making.
Thanks, Patty. That's a good point. So I'm relatively neutral on this. I know that doesn't happen that often, but it is happening now. I think there's some good possibilities. I also, despite the fact that, I think the presentation was very good, and the ideas that are in written form are concrete things to look at, and I appreciate them. But when I think about in terms of application in real world, I struggle with like coming up with an example. So I'll revert back to one of my favorite topics, which is park maintenance. And so like I would wonder, so say, would it be something like the board could ask the committee to look at like what the best financial strategy would be to maintain our parks. Like, is that something that would be a concrete thing that they would be doing? And then like, could we kind of try to brainstorm other like more specific concrete things? I hear what Steve is saying about like the home rule charter. And I also agree, like, we don't want to overstep into staff territory. And so I think all of us are in agreement that if there was a body that would be initiated, that would not be happening. So however it would be created, that would not be occurring. Something that Patty said really, really speaks to me, which is, and Lisa mentioned it too, it's like when you have a body that makes recommendations and then you as the policymaker don't accept them, that's almost worse than not having a body that makes recommendations. So I liked the framing of the pros and cons, and I liked the framing of the, Patty, what did you say? Recommendations versus input. Input as opposed to recommendations. When I think of recommendations, I think of you should do this. And then it's like, yes or no, as opposed to kind of laying out some things and some information and pro and con, giving you the decision-making tools. I think those are two, maybe it's a little subtle, but I think they're two different approaches. And I would prefer the pro-con input approach over the recommendation approach, if that's a possibility. I also don't think I'm ready to go right into ordinance writing, but I also don't know what the interim step would be. So I guess I would look to maybe the folks that are proposing it to maybe brainstorm some thoughts on that. And I also agree, yeah, did I say already this, we do need a solicitor's opinion if it's not already been requested.
Yeah, so I think, yeah, of course, I mean, it's, we should get the solicitor's opinion because of course we can't and won't do anything that violates the Home Rule Charter. And I think the idea, at least our vision was that it would be more of a year-long process and they would look at different topics and give us, in some sense, it's almost, for lack of a better word, like financial policy research advisory committee, sort of, rather than a tell me what to do with the budget committee. So we were taking your park maintenance thing, they could, you know, possibly go in and we will get one set of advice from the staff, and sometimes if they have time, it's just like staff go for things like the stormwater, for even what we talked about today, the lighting things. We employ a consultant to do some of the you know, thinking about some particular topic and then come back with some inputs, and then we decide. So it's the same thing. So for example, for park maintenance, they would go and see, okay, if we give it to COG, what happens? If we do it in-house, what happens? What are the pros and cons? And, or if we, you know, drop out of the Park Alliance, then how much money is it going to cost our citizens to go in and buy these extra, you know, they would be non-resident permits and so on. So just all the costs and benefits, and then give us some suggestions. And a lot of them have, you know, expertise in construction. So hopefully, if in our rosy world, okay, if nobody volunteers, then the committee will be disbanded in a year. I mean, this won't work without people volunteering. But we hopefully would have people from a different, ideally, we might have to go and talk to some people and try to convince them to serve, but ideally somebody from the construction side, somebody from the environmental side, and so on and so forth. And then they can come in. And it's not like they are taking over Dave's prerogative to design a budget, but let's suppose this month we have the park maintenance discussion, so that and then the policy preferences of the board that can advise Dave what he's going to put in the budget. And he, at the end of the day, he decides what to put in the budget or not, and we decide to deliberate on that later on. But this is sort of a a continuous policy discussion of things that affect our financial well-being is what we have in mind. Now, I think we have to, after hearing the comments, we do have a whole bunch more homework to do, and consulting the solicitor and so on, and then we'll figure out if and what makes sense. That's what my thinking is.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'll just make a couple of comments on things I heard. I really like that idea of input versus focusing so heavily on the recommendations. I think that frames it better, more of what we were thinking. So on the meeting frequency, again, I was trying to just give us some bouncing off points. So, kind of like with the Pine Grove Mills group, once it's established, they can get a handle on what it is they need to do in their availability and interest in time commitment. So just kind of, wanted to give some, here you go, start with this and take it from there. So I think that's a good point. And then with regard to the timing between the budget preparation and acceptance, I think Prasenjit already spoke to this. The group would be engaged year long. So they, if they were observing the work sessions and presented a report of comments to us following that, I think there's adequate time in there. I wouldn't be concerned about that. And there could be, definitely a difficulty in finding people, but I still think there's value in presenting the opportunity. So, it could be like Prasenjit said, if nobody participates, then that's it. But I think there's some value in presenting the opportunity. And I think we had some good concrete examples. I guess one I had been thinking about was looking at, different road maintenance procedures, materials, timing, the frequency of different things, looking at cost versus environmental impact of some of those activities and resources. The cost of outsourcing something versus doing things in-house. I think we're often wondering about that. Things like cost of low-mo areas, what is that saving us? What are the environmental benefits of that? What are maybe some things we would be concerned about? And I had streetlights, really understanding in depth the West Penn Power agreement, things like that. So those are just some quick examples I came up with, but I think you get the idea. So yeah, I think this was all really good input. I think we're waiting on an opinion from the solicitor. But again, as we kind of laid out, there's nothing that I wouldn't have any interest in, overstepping anything. So that was never the intention. I don't want that represented as my intention or Prasenjit's. That never was it. We were in no way interested in violating any portion of the Home Rule Charter. I want to make sure that's absolutely clear. There's no interest in doing that. No interest in, I forget what was said, advising staff on budget creation, any of those steps. We're not trying to impose on that. So, I hope that's clear. I I tried to really address that in the document. So I'm sorry if I didn't, but that was the intention.
I just wanted to ask you, Lisa, no other townships around us have a financial advisory committee? As a question, like,
yeah, no, and there are some in the state, and
yeah, I saw Radnor, and I don't even know where Warwick is, but
yeah, and there's a lot around the country. There was some really interesting examples of different ones. I try to keep the examples to PA because we have, you know, our own set of interesting rules here. I thought that'd be most relevant, but there was a lot of other really interesting research I came across, and a lot of it was, you know, kind of addressing exactly these things that, you know, this can, you know, something like this can be really tricky to start and to accept, because sometimes you are getting people in who've been critical, but, you know, it can also be really beneficial in the end. So it's,
I was also thinking maybe too, like other college towns in particular, just because we always have a unique set of like expertise.
That's really interesting. Well, and that was one of the things I had mentioned. I'm not sure if I wrote this out or not, but, you know, looking at people who have maybe not even so much of business accounting experience, but more nonprofit. If we couldn't find governmental experience, we've got, you know, plenty of people in the nonprofit and education models here to have some experience with that kind of budgeting. So that's a good idea.
All right, so moving forward, should we continue the discussion? Come back with maybe some more concrete ideas? I guess as a side note, I'd say I probably would be more comfortable. I think Patty mentioned this with an ad hoc setup at first, just to see how it would be working out, if we can recruit and what kind of projects. I think, you know, ad hoc doesn't have a specific timeline, so it's not like they'd have to have everything together by 6 months or anything like that. Right. But it's also maybe not quite as cumbersome as a standing committee. So anyway, so moving forward, I haven't heard consensus yes nor consensus no. But more of consensus to explore the idea more. I would definitely be interested in maybe like kind of trying to do a precursor to the ordinance, like, you know, what would the wording be of the responsibilities? You know, trying to get some of that into words, to think about that a little bit. I don't know if anybody has anything else in terms of moving forward. And then definitely getting the solicitor's opinion that's outstanding and maybe bringing it back around after that comes in.
Yeah.
That I got about 5:15 this afternoon, I got some comments from the township solicitor. I don't want to represent them here, but I can share them with you all as I can. There's some general concerns that she raised that parallel my own, but I'll reserve.
Okay. Well, I guess you can send them on out to us, and then that can inform the process moving forward. Is that what you're thinking, Dave?
Oh, I don't know. I was just commenting that I do have some preliminary opinion comments from Betsy. I can distribute those.
Okay. Okay, great. All right. Sounds good.
Good.
All right. Well, let's move on unless there's anything else.
No, I think we got some good feedback, and Prasenjit and I will get together and keep working on it.
Thank you very much. All right, next we'll move on to the award of contract 2021-C6 curb and ramp upgrades.
Dave, you want to tee that one up?
All right, so I got myself unmuted. And I ended up closing my document. Let me get it back open. So Bids were open publicly for contract 2021 C6 curb and ramp upgrades on February 23rd, 2021. Bid was attended by a number of contractors, staff, advertised in the local newspaper, invitation sent to 18 qualified bidders. 4 bids were received, ranging in price from $39,953.50 to $66,906.34. Bid tab is attached as part of the board packet. Engineer's estimate for the work was within that range. Recommend the Board of Supervisors award contract to Wolniak Construction, Inc. for a total of $39,953.50 per their bid.
Thank you, Dave. I'd like to entertain a motion, please.
I'll move that the Board of Supervisors award contract 2021 C6 curb and ramp upgrades to Wolniak Construction in accordance with their bid in the amount of $39,953.50.
This is Patty, I second.
You, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Fantastic. All right, moving on to staff and committee reports. First up, COG committee reports, CCMPO coordinating committee, Lisa.
Okay. We met on the 23rd. Eric Bernier and Michael Pipe were reelected as chair and vice chair. We spent a lot of time talking about funding challenges of PennDOT. It's been an ongoing discussion. I'm sure you're all aware, so I don't need to go into the details. I'm happy to share them if anyone wants to hear that. But PennDOT is currently undertaking a study. I think I shared this previously, looking at different alternatives to try to raise funds to meet their shortfalls. Some of these options include tolls, fees and taxes, congestion pricing, managed lanes, and a mileage-based user fee. So kind of the charge we were given was to think about some of those options and come back with some comments. One of the things they're looking at first is to put toll collection, what are they called? Things on bridges that need repair. We've got a number of bridges that need significant repair in the state, and dedicating those funds from that bridge tolling to those repairs. So it'd be a dedicated funding stream. So that's one thing they're actually going to move forward on. You know, a big part of the problem is the gas tax. There's so much less revenue from that. So just trying to figure out, you know, ways to make that up is just something they're really struggling with. So if anyone has comments they wish to share with me on that before the next meeting, I'll gladly take those. The next meeting is April 27th, 6 p.m. and that'll be a virtual meeting. And I'll sorry, Laura, I'll just share really briefly too, since you mentioned the CHIRP grant earlier, I wanted to just bring up, I was reappointed to CEDACOG for another year and went to that meeting on the 24th. Just a couple of things I'll highlight are the new round of PPP loans was opened up. That was opened up on the 24th. And that's open for 2 weeks, and it's set up a little bit differently than the last round. So smaller companies and those that didn't get funding the first time will be prioritized. So that's open now. And then the second thing is what Laura had already referred to, the CHIRP grants. That information should be coming out by the middle of March, that application, and those funds will be administered through CEDACOG for the county. So, you know, whenever that application is posted, I can definitely share the link and any of that information so we can get that up on the website.
Great. Thank you so much, Lisa. Okay, other other committee reports. I'd like to actually ask Prasenjit, if he's up for it, to just give us a little brief report on something he participated in. It would have been in February, I believe, called Representation Matters, which was a fantastic program, and just give it to Prasenjit to talk a little bit about it.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity and thanks for attending that. So I think there was an hour and a half program called Representation Matters, where people of color who are serving in local government came in, as well as Charles Duma. So there was Pam, Rob, and there was Shannon Holiday, who serves in one of our committees and is a Ferguson Township resident. So the four of us were asked essentially our perspectives on serving, running for office, and essentially we were trying to get more people of color run for public office and sharing our experiences, whatever we could do, whatever we could not do, how we were received, and so on and so forth. So I think it was a very honest conversation, and I got some feedback saying that people were encouraged and enthused, and I think that there is somebody who is running who is a person of color for possibly Steve's seat. We don't know until they file and so on. So it has generated some talk and some enthusiasm in the community. So I think that was a good event. I received several comments after that. So that's, I'll take one more minute to add one more thing, which is the Spring Creek Watershed Commission had an executive meeting, and there we talked, essentially there was a brief presentation made about 10 minutes on the One Water plan that the commission has been working for maybe over a couple of years. COVID pushed things back a little bit. Now I think the plan is for the commission to come to all the townships, and essentially this almost seems like, it's not coming and asking for money to do things, but it's coming and asking for a charge to get a plan done. So it's the first part, so they'll come and say why we need to do things in the next 10 years or something like that, and do it together as community townships and the borough, and what we want to do and why. So I think that's the executive committee gave them the blessing to go ahead and go to the townships. I think now a couple of people will come to several townships to talk about that, which eventually would mean that they would come back with projects that we should be doing. And then each township will figure out whether that's worth supporting, whether they can support to what extent, and so on. So those are things that are coming down the road. I thought I'd mention that.
Thanks, Prasenjit, for keeping us up to date on that, and the synopsis of the Representation Matters program. And Lisa had mentioned that she had been looking for that program, I think via CNET. It was a little difficult to find, and suggested maybe we could host that link somewhere on our website. And if that's at all possible, I think that'd be great. So if there's a place for that.
I'll find the link and send it out.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. Moving on to staff reports. Dave Probalka, you're up with the manager's report.
Just given the hour, I'll let my report stand as written unless there's any questions, and could suggest the same for the other staff reports too.
Okay, Lisa.
I had one quick thing I wanted to ask. Are the Parks Committee and the Tree Commission meeting, that I guess the Pine Grove Mills groups, are those meetings on Zoom recorded? And if so, can those be posted on the website so they can be viewed later?
No, we're unfortunately we're limited in our storage space, and those meetings take up a significant amount. With our subscription for Zoom, we can archive 1 to 2 of those meetings, maybe a half of one of these meetings. So we're, as I said, very resource constrained, and even with the posting, I don't know how that would work. So I've looked at I've considered options before, whether it just be audio or something like that. And I just don't think that there's a really an easy way to do it. The only option would be to have CNET, add to the coverage.
Okay, thank you. Good question. Public Works Director, Mr. Modricker.
Yeah, my written report submitted. I don't have anything to add.
Okay, I actually have one question. So tonight in our presentation of the developer, he said that there is some kind of magic formula that PennDOT is using during the pandemic to allow for adjustment of traffic study counts. And I know that we had put off the Pine Grove Mills traffic study stuff because of the pandemic. But if there's actually a PennDOT magic formula that can be applied, I'm wondering if maybe we can get that restarted. What do you think about that? And maybe
yeah, I can check. It may or may not be to your advantage to do it that way, but I'll check with Ron and follow up.
Okay, thank you very much. And if it isn't to our advantage, that would mean that it's underestimating the number of cars. And I guess I would be then concerned about utilizing that at that development, but that's just a comment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Next is the Planning and Zoning Director's report. I think Jenna.
Yeah, Jenna, I cut loose. She's got an early appointment tomorrow, but if there's any questions.
Problem. Okay, sounds good. I don't have any questions. Anybody else? Okay. Next, communications to the board. Nothing. I would say that Prasenjit and I had a communication to the board about some maintenance stuff. We think maybe at Saybrook Park area. So I think what I'll do is just maybe forward that to Dave Modricker, and he could maybe help us understand. It was a little cryptic as to where exactly it was, and Dave Modricker may be able to help us understand where that was and what the request was about.
So on that, yeah, I get the issue. Generally speaking, a sidewalk versus a shared use path has its own distinguishing characteristics, but I didn't understand, I wasn't able to really triangulate where it was in particular. I'll put together a response and send out to you to convey back to the resident who inquired. But maybe it would be helpful if we had a general address or something like that.
I can ask for the location and what they're talking about.
Thank you.
That would be so helpful.
Oh,
thanks.
And you, the other one was from Mr. Glebe. That's later day.
Is that regarding stuff we talked about with the student housing?
Right.
Okay. Yep. He sent a follow-up email thanking us for the questions tonight. Okay, next is calendar items. We have the Park Hills Drainage Way Project second public meeting, March 3rd at 7 p.m. That's Wednesday. All right. If there's nothing else, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn.
Thank you all. Good night.